Oh, of course. It's like all messed up.
It's all messed up.
It's all messed up. There we go.
It's all messed up. There I am.
Oh, you know why it was? Is because you're in the other room last week and you're way off to the side.
Oh, yeah.
And there we go. I'll fix you.
There we go.
I might have to have 2 different screen captures for you now. Depending on where you're streaming from.
Yeah.
How's it going?
It's going pretty all right.
Yeah. Yeah, see, there's a lot of people enjoying the music this week. It's the same playlist I always play. That last one was from the Gianna Sisters, Twisted Dreams. And before that, I think was the Grand Stream Saga, which is kind of appropriate because Grand Stream Saga was made by the Quintet team, like after they were no longer Quintet. And we'll be playing ActRaiser tonight, which was a Quintet game, so it's actually kind of appropriate.
See, my old friend Enchilada in the chat is complimenting my Rareware shirt.
Oh, yeah.
I got it from Fangamer. You know, I actually bought something from Fangamer. I don't buy stuff from Fangamer very often, but I bought something, I guess it was this past week. They just released a ServBot plushie that has like a plate of curry rice that you can attach to its arm, and I'm like, okay, I have to have this.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one, and you know, will go well next to your Rabbite.
Yeah. I mean, depending on how big it is or how it sits, I might put it on top of my soundboards where I have the only reason the Rabbite's on top of the PVM is because it's too big to put on top of the soundboards.
But it's cool. It's like it's always nice when you see it make a little cameo in the background or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I that Rabbite was like, I thought it was a really inexpensive plushie for what it is and how big it is, and I was just like, I have to have it. It was on sale though, I think.
Yeah, I wonder if they still.
It was like $20 or something.
Yeah, it's not that bad. I mean, I feel
for a plushie of that size, it was like $20 or $25. I mean, the Square Enix online store actually has like, in general, has like has sales kind of often.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, and they've always got like PS2 and Xbox 360 and even PS1 and DS games and crap. Like,
right. But
I see a lot of people talking about the Castlevania GBA collection that kind of came out of nowhere too.
Yeah. Well, I think it was kind of rumored. It had been leaked in like a couple of different regions, as in like the like ratings or something like that.
The thing that interests me is I saw something about it has like a high quality sound mode. So like so it sounds like way better than like playing a real GBA cartridge. Apparently.
Wait, it does?
Apparently so.
So see that right there.
That's kind of a big deal. That makes it automatically like a way bigger deal than like the previous Castlevania collection.
Right.
Because like there was nothing in it really that you couldn't just do with original hardware, but that is kind of like an upgrade.
Yeah, that is a big deal for sure.
I haven't heard how it sounds. I just saw, I think it was maybe in our Discord even, I just saw someone like, oh, hey, here's a high quality mode, but I haven't, I have. So, let's see. Coury is perfect volume. Try is loud again.
I just turned it down a little bit. You need to let me.
Balance was perfect. Let's see. I was in that, I don't know. Last week I was streaming, but I think the last time Coury was streaming, it was pretty good too. But that was when I was in the room upstairs.
Yeah, I mean, it should be good. I just turned them down. It's like a teeny little bit.
Yeah.
So I mean, hopefully it's all good. I mean, my levels are looking good. It looks like everything is right around, like negative, is like peaking at like around like -3-ish.
Yeah, it might be more on my end that maybe I need to make some adjustments so that you don't have to change anything on your end, regardless of where I'm streaming from.
Right.
By the way, before we get any further, just because they don't appear on our normal ticker, and I might. Well, actually, that one just did.
Yeah.
But just before we went live, there was Shadow Mask, who I guess it was resubscribing the membership, and it didn't appear on our little ticker on the stream,
Oh, I
but so I
see.
just
Yeah.
wanted to call it out before I forgot. Thank you, member, for 5 months saying Coury always has an ear for good tunes. I've got my system blasting. Today just got way better. Yeah, people always like your choice of pre-stream music. I want to get more consistent about having pre-stream music on mine too.
Yeah, well, it's just it's pretty easy. It's just like a VLC playlist. You can make it right in OBS now.
Mm-hmm. And there was also it said new member. I don't know if it's new member or subscribing, resubscribing like Shadowmask was. I don't know. I think sometimes it doesn't make it clear how it works. But from Brooks.
Oh, welcome back.
Thanks as always, Brooks.
Yeah, Brooks is one of my favorite names. So I just want to, before we get into the game,
it sounds like it'd be like a party member in like Mass Effect or something. Brooks.
Brooksalicious. So yesterday I went up to the Torg. I don't know what Torg stands for, but it's like a retro gaming convention, like in Columbus, Ohio. It's like just one day. It's like an afternoon, and I have just, like, as I said before, I was not feeling anything about like looking for any games or anything like that. So I went up there with really no expectation. I was going up to meet our good friend 8-Bit Duke, and we met up, and he had been there for a little while, and I walked in there, and just I wasn't really into like buying anything, but I found there's this one vendor that had so many magazines, and I get about magazines. Like I thought, like, oh yeah, it's just gonna be, it's gonna be like newer stuff. So I just kind of like went through a little bit, and then I immediately saw like a really, really old EGM. It was like number 19 or something like that. I'm like, oh, what's going on here? Like maybe this is something, maybe there's something to it. So I start going through, and before long,
you said you audibly gasped.
Oh, hang on. Before long, I had a stack of like around like 30 magazines. And like good stuff, like some like really early Game Fans, some really like early EGMs. So the way he was doing is it was like $10 each for Nintendo Powers, and $10 each for Game Pros. I don't know why he chose Game Pros, but he's like, oh, Game Pros are like, they're really popular right now. I'm like, okay, whatever. Like I'm just gonna go through, and if I've just found this EGM, but not EGMs. So I can get 3, like everything else was 3 for $10. And as I started to get a bigger pile, I was like, so if I like buy a bunch, can I like, get it like a bundle deal for that? And he's like, oh yeah, that's fine. So I'm just like pulling out stuff and just like kind of finding some surprisingly early EGMs. I had like got a big stack. And then I went through, like, it was like the last bin, and this wasn't even like looking that hard. And I flipped over a magazine, and I have it right here, and it's like, it is mind blowing to me. And I'm going to show it right here. So this is Game Fan Volume 1, Issue 1.
Ooh.
And it literally looks like it has not been looked at. Like it has never been open. Like I swear, it has like never been looked at.
Oof.
And this is like the most recent eBay selling for this on it was from July 1st, and it was sold for a best offer on $499. Henry Clark, who's in the in the chat, says, he messaged, because he's been after this for a long time, and he messaged the seller for that, and I guess it sold for $400.
Oh my gosh.
And it looks like it's never been looked at. Like, I mean, the spine is like, it looks like it's just like never been opened.
That's amazing.
So I was audibly gasped. I was like, And I took it immediately, like I stuck it in the middle of the pile.
Like?
What?
Were you familiar with that cover before seeing it?
Yes.
Okay.
Like it was just, I was like, and I like put it in the middle of the pile, and I was like trembling, and I like went to the guy, and like he literally didn't even. I said, he's like, I got this pile here. I want to get this pile, and there's no Nintendo Powers or no Game Pros in there. He's like, okay, and he just like looks at the stack of them, and he's like starts counting them. Like he didn't even look at what I had. And he's like, normally this would be $98, but you can have it for $75. And I'm like, I had this money from Christmas, like $100 bill, like left over. I brought it like on a whim, right? I was like, I'm just gonna bring this up in case I find something. And I'm like, wow. I have this $100 bill. Is that okay? He's like, oh yeah, it's fine. So he gives me $25 back, and and Duke came over. I'm just like, we gotta go. I gotta take these up to the car. And like, it is literally like, I could not believe it.
It's better condition than what Frank has.
It very well could be. I mean, this literally looks like it has never been looked at. I would not be surprised if it has never been looked at. And so I went out to lunch with Duke and some other people, and I was like, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna look through those bins again. And I went back, and like I ended up walking out with like 20 more for $45. So I got like over 50 magazines for like around $120. And they are like, I mean, I got an EGM2 number 1, an EGM2 number 2, some really, really early EGMs. I got a whole bunch of Gamers Republics magazines, which is something like I don't have any, but I was like, a lot of like Gamers Republic came out like at a time that was like, like the late 90s. So I'm like, they put stuff on the cover that you wouldn't expect in it, like, so I just bought a lot of these with like, good stuff on the cover. Like, well, else are you going to find a U.S. magazine that has Sin and Punishment on the cover?
Huh.
I mean, that's kind of like, that seems crazy, right?
That's cool.
So,
you better get that in a magazine sleeve, because every second it's outside of one. I think like Chris from CGQ is probably getting more and more ill.
Yeah, I put it in one of the ones I have from the Video Game History Foundation, and I'm actually going to mail it to Chris from Classic Gaming Quarterly so he can do a video on it, because he's been wanting to do it, and he was talking to like one of the people that like helped run the magazine, who like had an issue of it and like wanted to, like, he wanted to, I mean, I guess he didn't like let him borrow it, wouldn't let him borrow it to do a read through. He like let him borrow like issue 2, I think, but not issue 1. So I'm going to send this to him. He'll do a read through of it. And then, I cannot believe it.
Wow.
So like, that is absolutely crazy.
It's like that same rush. I mean, for you, it was probably like the same rush I felt when I bought those 700 blank VHS tapes for $50.
For $50.
That was like I am like maybe not joking when that is like, well, I say that is like the most alive I have ever felt. It was just like that, and like coming back with like 4 PVMs, I think.
Yeah.
Like that was just like just such a rush of adrenaline that I have never felt before. I mean, just something about getting this old stuff, man. It's
well, especially if it's something that is like worth like a lot. Like I'm not gonna, I don't plan on selling it or doing anything with it, but I do want it, like I want to have it, and I want to be able to like look through it and shoot video of it, and whatever, like do whatever, like I don't plan on flipping it or anything like that unless I'm like in real like dire needs or something like that. But it's just like it is unbelievable. So I talked to the guy a bit who see classic game recorder, like he's like, what's going on? I heard you guys talking about me. We were just I was just telling the story about finding the Game Fan yesterday. Because like as soon as it happened, I dropped it in the car. Like I sent Chris a text message, and and he was like, you know, a lot of expletives that I'm not going to say on stream. But it was it was definitely a rush. All right.
Oh man, that's great. Those kinds of finds, man. I mean,
well, no, I mean, like it was like everything combined. Since I didn't buy anything else, like I for each of those magazines in that stack, like I roughly paid about $2.25 each. I guess each.
I wonder how you were laying the magazine slider out of your truck on the drive.
I put it, you know, it's fine. It was held in place by, you know, like a big sleeping bag. Everything was around it. But I mean, some of the ones on the top slid around. Maybe that's what happened to that issue. Maybe that's what happened to the issue of Game Players that I bought. I think it must have been like stuck to something else, because it looks like someone took like a weed whacker to like a portion of it.
Well, good thing that it didn't look like a weed whacker took to that.
Yeah, I know.
Issue 1.
But I ended up like, I mean, do you want to see the other ones I got? I got like a bunch of like really early ones. I got I got issue number 3, an issue 6.
Some of them. Yeah, come up here, Sandy. Let's watch.
I mean, does anybody want to see? Like, I can just show the Game Fans that I got at least. I mean, just some of them.
Just the covers.
Yeah, and.
Well, there was a 999 from Norweg. Thank you. Thanks for all you do. Your video production is top quality. Well, thank you. We do endeavor to do our best. Thank you very much. Want to say hi to the stream? Yay. Here's Sandy. Say hi to the stream. Oh yeah, she sees herself on there now. Yeah, who is that up there, Sandy?
All right, just real quick, I'll go through the ones that I got. They're in no particular order, but this is August 1998. It's got Abe's Exodus on there. Final Fantasy VIII First Shots. This one is March 1999. It's got
Final Fantasy VIII First Shots. Wait, what month was that, you say?
August 1998.
Wow, so that was like... Did Final Fantasy VIII come out?
Final Fantasy VIII came out
in 99.
Yeah, it came out the day before the Dreamcast came out.
That's right. So it was about a year before release.
Yeah. And there's this one. This is, it's got like a lot of early Sonic Adventure stuff. This one you probably think is pretty cool. This is the Ultra 64 Unveiled.
Ooh.
From what is it? January 96.
Oh, that's a neat Mario render.
And this one here is July 95 with the Virtual Boy on the cover. This one is...
There's a lot of surprised Mario faces on some of these.
Yeah. I don't know what this is. This is Volume 5, Issue 8, but it's got Fighting Force.
Mario's face is what Coury looked like when he saw those magazines.
Yeah, exactly.
I know, Sandy.
This one is a Volume 1, Issue 7, from June 1993. It's got Rock and Roll Racing on the cover. It's like, I've never seen this issue like in my life. Volume 1, Issue 6, with Cool Spot on the cover. This is a Volume 1, Issue 4. This one's got a little writing on it, though. But look at how awful that Blaster Master 2 art is. It's almost as bad as the game.
Yeah, it's not great.
But it's got a little drawing on it. It's fine, though. So this is Volume 1, Issue 3. With Battletoads and Battle Maniacs on there.
Those Battletoads don't look too great either, honestly.
Yeah. This one is August 2000. It's got a Jet Grind Radio on there. And the last one is September 2000 with like a lot of Dreamcast stuff. Look at what's his face? Look at Gordon Freeman here. Never seen Gordon Freeman make that face.
Oh, it looked like there was something Resident Evil on the back too.
It's Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
Ah.
So yeah, that's those are the game fans that I walked out with, which is, just a small little smattering of like the different stuff I got.
Nice. By the way, there was hold on, let me catch up. There were I guess there's one super chat from Saner80. Thank you. Saying that's a real cute doggo.
Well, if you scroll up, there was also $4.99 from Bruxalicious. Saying been a sub on Patreon for a while now, but that fancy colored text in the chat is too nice to pass up. Favorite channel on all of you too. On all of the tube. Keep it up.
I missed that one. Sorry about that.
And there's also $9.99 from Norwege.
Yeah, I got that one.
Okay.
You were grabbing the.
Thank you.
Grabbing the magazines.
All right. Sorry it took me so long to get to the game, but here we go.
Have you watched?
What's that? Can you let me know if the game is too loud for you or what?
It might be a little too loud for me. Can you turn it down separately for me?
Yeah.
If you can turn it down separately for me, yeah.
I can. Yeah, all the magazines I got were in super good condition. Some of the EGMs I got were kind of rough, but that's okay, All right. Game audio is good. So game audio is good now.
So have you watched John and Joe's videos and Audie's? I thought they did a really good job balancing the audio, because I know that Audie's visiting John right now, and I thought how they did audio, they had a really good balance.
I started to, and then I decided, I'm just gonna wait and do it. I want to play it for myself.
So do you have any sense of their opinions and?
I know that they think that it does not leave a good first impression.
Right, that's the general vibe. They say if you stick with it, it becomes pretty fun.
Yeah.
By the way, I am way off center on the
right
screen down there. So are you on PS4 or 5 right now?
5. I got it.
Well, I don't know if it makes much difference because it sounds like it has this Unity stutter regardless.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I guess the
I heard that
sections are really smooth, but the side-scrolling sections just have a periodic hitch. That it's apparently a Unity thing, and the way the camera works in Unity, and apparently it can be fixed. So it'd be interesting to see if they do fix it.
You are the Lord of Light, Master Coury. Proceed. Yes.
In Joe's video, he
I didn't even know he did a video until right before this, before the stream. Yeah.
I watched it. He was talking about how good the music was in the original, which is obviously yes, but over the years I think I had sort of taken for granted how good just the sound samples are. And he was talking about like, you know, how it was so amazing at the time, especially so early in the system's life, where it, you know, it sounded like an orchestra coming from out of your Super Nintendo.
Yeah, well, that title screen, I remember just being blown away by the title screen music.
Yeah, and I was like, man, he's right. Like, I had really taken for granted just how good it sounds.
Well, I heard that this has like new music, but he also has it. It has the new music remade in the like old way too.
Yeah,
that's pretty
cool. Which is something like I feel like only Yuzo Koshiro he's like one of the few people you could trust to do that right. I feel like you know like like you got say like DuckTales Remastered, you know, Jake Kaufman did the new tracks that he did for the game. You know, he also has like a retro music version of them. But, you know, that's just using Family Tracker, which is, you know, really, you know, well regarded for making NES music. But like Super Nintendo is like a whole other ball game because of like its sample based nature, you know?
Yeah.
Joe was criticizing how when he runs in this version, he has to hold the sword behind him. He's
I know, instead of like holding it straight up. Yeah, I could.
You know, I can't even hold his sword straight up.
Ooh, the death animation is not, or the enemies dying does not look great. I mean, this is like it looks like a Saturn game, kind of makes me think of a Saturn game.
You know, that's what John and Adi said. Like it feels like
it feels like Shinobi Legions, kind of.
Yeah, they were saying like this feels like an aesthetic that like comes from like a long lost Saturn game.
And you know what though? Remember at the time when we said like we'd be into that if they kind of brought that back. So now I guess we have to, you know,
I guess the
put our words.
It looks uneven. Like
when it goes vertically, you can see when the spirit came down. You can see like some shimmer in the background.
Yeah, you know, apparently everything is like pre-rendered. Like at times it almost looks like there's like maybe some real-time like 3D geometry, but I guess it's all just pre-rendered graphics. You know, Audi's big criticism was just how inconsistent the assets are. You know, they feel like they're, you know, just made by all sorts of different people and just mashed together without any sort of, especially like the art style of the side scrolling and the art style of overhead stuff, like really is just not at all the same. Yeah, and see in the Super Nintendo game, like there's this like really cool like explosion when you kill the enemies.
Yeah, and it's that like the fade out looks just so like cheap. I do like the light coming through the background.
Yeah. John and Audie were saying that like as the game goes on, like the assets look better than the first level.
But it's like a bad first impression for sure.
Yeah, everyone says it's a real bad first impression. But I guess the level layouts are different.
Oh yeah, this is totally different. It feels like the death animation is really terrible. It is not satisfying at all.
Yeah, this is a pretty
when you break those rocks, it's just like it just turns into like really like low polygon explosions. There is this gonna be a checkpoint.
Joe was also criticizing like the parallax layers, like don't feel like they move at the right pace, at least in some levels.
I mean, it's no Jim Powers.
Yeah, that game is almost unplayable because of its wacky parallax.
Yeah, But when you watch it break those rocks, they just like turn into like really low polygon rocks. Like, why even have that?
Yeah.
I guess I was amazed when this was announced, and I think that what I was hoping for is that hopefully this was to test the waters for them to remake Soul Blazer and Illusion of Gaia and Terranigma. I mean, I would love that, but this definitely. I mean, we'll see. And
well,
I'm
John and Audie were saying, they remade. They did the remake of Secret of Mana, which, I think both of us are actually kind of okay with how that game looks.
Yeah. I definitely am.
But most people hated how it looked. And then they did Trials of Mana, which is, it's still a budget game, but it is significantly higher effort and higher quality, higher budget all around. I mean, I really like Trials of Mana. So, that maybe there's the possibility for this that it could,
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is a weird thing for sure.
His jumping, I love the jump in the old one, especially when you go for when you jump from really high up and he falls for a while and he puts the sword way behind his head. I always love it. He doesn't do that at all in this.
I mean, ActRaiser is such an interesting game because I feel like a lot of the people who love it have just loved it for so long, and they have a hard time almost vocalizing why they love it so much. It's just like it's this unique mixture of things that just kind of works in this lightning in a bottle sort of way, where it's just how would you recreate what made the original game such a successful mixture of genres.
Well, I think one of the reasons it was so successful at the time is because there was really nothing like it.
Yeah.
That kind of strategy gameplay was not something that, especially the console gamers, saw very often.
I always have said, though, I mean, I think the overhead stuff is what people think defines ActRaiser, but I always, which don't get me wrong, it's good stuff, but I always just really appreciate how simple the platforming is. The levels are well designed, the bosses are very well designed, just everything just feels there's not a lot to it. Whereas, you have ActRaiser 2 where the mechanics are really too complicated, honestly.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
It's very, there's a lot of nuance to ActRaiser 2 and just how you control your character that, I could see it being cool if you really, really learned it, but it's a hard game to play.
Yes. And I felt that the original, the difficulty on that is perfect almost.
And it's got the professional mode, which, if I recall, professional, I think, is only the platforming stages.
Oh, is it? I could see that being the case.
I can't remember if I'm wrong, but yeah, then that was pretty cool, I thought. I felt like Joe vocalized really well, sort of a feeling that I get with a lot of games too, where I guess each town has kind of a hero character,
right?
That has detailed art and they play a role in the story, and then in later towns, I guess you can summon them in certain situations to hold off monsters or something. And just the way he said it, it was like, and each town has has a really cool character, warrior character that has a fun personality. Yay!
Yeah, I mean, you
Like,
just didn't really need that in the original, and this,
right?
you know, like I understand them wanting to expand upon it and make it like last longer because the original you could really beat it in a day.
Oh yeah, it's short.
Yeah, I remember being very surprised that it was as short as it was the first time I played through it.
Yeah.
But I think that like now I look at that and say like that's really nice. It would have been nice if they had just like stuck with that.
I mean, it's a hard thing to put into words, but like I liked how Joe did that. It's like it. Like I feel like a lot of times, like sometimes I feel like I have to be careful with when there's a game where it seems like one of the big reasons, if not like the big and maybe almost only reason people love it, is because they love the characters and they want to draw fan art of the characters and imagine which of the characters is kissing which other of the characters and all that stuff. And it's just like I that's great for you, but I do not care. And like, you know, there have been a lot of games that I've ended up loving that I was very kind of cautious about, like, you know, Persona games, for instance. Like, I was like, oh, like, this is just another one of those games where people are just so obsessed with the characters and it's probably not actually that fun to play. And, you know, I ended up freaking loving Persona 3, 4, and 5. You know, so but just, you know, that whole, like, you know, but like, yeah, they very much look like, you know, just like fun anime characters that people are going to love or something, you know, in this game. But yeah, like, isn't like the overhead style like kind of a lot different?
In
Like,
this?
is it even like it doesn't even have like pixel graphics, does it?
In this?
Yeah.
No,
Like,
I mean
the overhead, but the it's sort of it's like a high res pixely in the side scrolling, right?
Right, but this looks like it was done by like a totally different team.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, this like it's not pixely, but it looks like it's done the same style, but not like pixely. It looks a lot better. I think.
Something that was interesting that John and Audie pointed out was that the PC version actually supports ultra wide screen, and you can see the full horizontal width of the tabs.
Oh, that's cool. All right, this is already.
I was telling Drum the other day, I said, I bet you Coury's going to stream this on Sunday. Drum's actually planning to stream it on Monday too. Like,
oh yeah. Well,
you know, like
they're
like I feel like so many of the people that I like talk to regularly, like, love the original ActRaiser so much that they like, no matter whether people are like kind of into this or not into this, like no matter how good or iffy or whatever it might seem, like they still gotta like play it right away. Like, Drum's gonna both stream it Wednesday, you're streaming it today. John and Audie had to do a video right away. Joe had to do a video right away. You know, Xavier, you know, made the same mistake that I think a lot of people did, where they just, without even thinking about it, went ahead and bought it right away on Switch without before they even knew there was a PS4.
I was surprised to find out that there was a PS4 version.
Yeah, so Xavier bought it
and hated it,
and he actually like got on a chat with Nintendo customer service, and they gave him a one-time refund.
Wow.
Yeah.
He was that angry about it.
Well, I mean, the Switch version is apparently like the scrolling is. I mean, it's not perfect in the PS4 version, but the Switch version is apparently just like really bad looking.
So I kind of feel that the overworld, like at least the character, looks like the character from Shining Wisdom a little bit, like a very primitive 3D render, but it also like moves very smoothly and kind of has a little bit of an outline.
I kind of like how Shining Wisdom looks.
Oh yeah, I have no problem with it. I just think it's really funny that like that's what they decided to do here.
Yeah, I get the point though. Like the thing is, like I have a soft spot for pre-rendered graphics when done well.
Yeah,
and I'm maybe a bit of an apologist for them in some situations. But I think the difference between the 90s and today is that pre-rendered graphics weren't cheap to do. You know,
right.
That they were a hallmark of a big budget production, and I think it shows in the quality of the work. I mean, Donkey Kong Country, I think, just holds up tremendously well visually. But it wasn't all like, you know, Mario RPG, much as I love it, like it never looked as good as Donkey Kong Country. Like just Square, you know, honestly, I don't think until at least Final Fantasy VIII that Square's CG rendering was on par with what Rare did with the first Donkey Kong Country. Like Final Fantasy VII, like the environments look amazing, but the characters in the FMVs never looked good.
Oh yeah. But they only look good. I mean, they look good in like three of them.
Like the full body,
yeah,
the full proportion. I mean, they look okay, but they don't look anywhere near as good as the Donkey Kong Country character models, in my opinion. But the difference is, you know, those were big deal, big budget games, a lot of effort poured in, and then like, you know, CG rendering became commonplace and easy and cheap, and so now, you know, rather than being games that, you know, lots of effort is poured into, now it's games, you know, with low budgets, low effort.
Oh, it has like extra levels here. But
yeah, Joe was talking about this.
I mean, I get why they would want to do this. You know, it gives you more action, I suppose. But in a way, it takes away the people actually like being able to learn and do it for themselves, which is the whole point.
Yeah,
is that, you know, you're supposed to be training the people to, or the people are supposed to, you know, function without God, you know, to like live and exist.
See Peter C asking, anyone play the new Ghouls and Ghosts Resurrection? You really liked that.
I did.
Now that is like kind of a totally different.
that game looks a lot better than this does.
Right. I mean, that game actually uses RE engine, which is kind of cool, right? You know, whereas this uses Unity, which there's nothing wrong with Unity. I mean, I guess Cruise and Blast is Unity. And,
yeah, well,
you know,
I think
obviously Ukulele and the Impossible Layer are in the hands of the right developers. Unity can be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, Unity doesn't really have much to do with like how games look. It just has to do with how they run. You know,
right. Well, it can have to do with how they look in terms of just like the, you know, some of the common basic features of it. But I think it's also kind of just who is using Unity, you know, smaller teams, maybe less experienced teams oftentimes, but in the right hands and very experienced teams, Unity can be excellent. You know, can the chat clarify this for me? I thought that Tales of Arise was a Unreal 4 game, but then I saw some things that made it sound like is it a Unity game? Because that would be
I have no idea.
That'd be kind of insane to think of a I mean, that's a pretty big scale, high profile game for Unity if that's correct. Oh, Tales of Rise is Unity. Interesting. See, for some reason I thought it was Unreal.
It's pretty split. People are Unity.
People are saying it's Unreal. Okay. Some people are saying both. I played the demo of it, and I thought it was Unreal. The demo of it appears at the very, very, very beginning of the Projectors episode. When I say I played the demo, I played like just a tiny bit of it, honestly.
I mean, you can skip a lot of this stuff. And the thing is the original like really didn't have much story, but something that Quintet was always really good at is making death seem really, really important. And something like really, it's like really a sad thing when there's that one town that's like overcome by that plague. And, like a lot of people die and it's really sad. And even, Illusion of Gaia has like moments like that, but also a lot of that kind of stuff happens in Terra Enigma. And I don't know, like it seems like no other developer from the time, at least on consoles, like made me feel the way about death as Quintet did.
See, Chris Gideon in the chat saying, "Forget Unity, Unreal, it's Godot time." Have you heard about Godot?
No.
So I don't know a lot about it, but it sounds like it's some sort of like open source game engine, and the Sonic Colors remaster was actually made on it.
Oh, is that? I thought that was like the people who made it, like they had like their own engine. I thought, or was it like a fork of it?
Maybe it's using like combined, or maybe it's just using parts of Godot. I don't know. But yeah, it sounds interesting. I don't know a lot about it, but I wonder if that's going to start to be like a big thing.
Yeah.
I heard some people are still waiting for Godot. Speaking of Ace Attorney, I started last night after Drum and Lynn left. I think I said this before the stream started, because I was telling you that Drum and Lynn came over yesterday, and we picked up our playthrough of Diablo 3 for the first time in 2 years. I said, well, you all need to come over again sometime in a few weeks, and maybe we'll actually finally finish that game. Can call it beat. But yeah, after they left, I was for some reason just like overcome with an urge to start the great Ace Attorney. And so I did. I finished the first case a little bit before the stream tonight.
Oh wow.
Well, of course, it's 2 games, so I'm just gonna play the first game for now and then do the second game later. I honestly like either never knew or completely forgot that there were 2 great Ace Attorney games until the collection was announced.
Man.
But I was so excited to see that happen, because I just completely lost hope, honestly.
You gotta build forts.
Oh yeah, Metroid Dread. I wonder if I can finish
That's soon.
Great
Yeah.
Ace Attorney before Metroid Dread. Because like I gotta play that day one. Like I might just take the whole day off and play Metroid Dread when it comes out.
Yeah. I during the direct, I kind of just like looked the other way because I haven't seen anything of the game since the.
Yeah,
original.
I tried to not look at it too closely during that. I looked at it a little, but yeah, I mean, it's just like, why look more? I know I'm going to buy it. That was a good direct though.
It was super good. Yeah, I'm not sure if is it out for patrons yet, but I got to do the DF weekly direct this week.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I guess I'll watch it. I'll watch it during lunch tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it was out for patrons or not. It's fun. It was very fun to do, and I set up my camera in a way that like I think that I could probably do more like videos like that. I was saying like I wanted to set up the camera in a way where we could do like if we wanted to do like ad lib videos, we could just do it right here, like at the desk. At least I could do it. And you know, you're looking to do. I want to set
things up to where I could do it with relatively little effort as well, though.
Yeah, I think that you'll be able to as well. Like,
yeah, I mean, I've been brainstorming some ideas. You know, I was working on setting up like the other side of my room the past few days. I got the main setup upstairs. You know, with the RGB and component. So, you know, the main systems that are my main capture stuff. I got, I already have all that set up. That was what I was rewiring on that one stream. But the other side of the room is kind of been a mess. And what I've done is I've got these baskets and I'm just sorting what's in it. Like I put, other like scalers that I might want to occasionally use, but like right now I only have the Retrode 5X set up as like the core scaler. Like in one basket I put other scalers like FrameMeister, OSSC, the different Retrotinks, stuff like that. In another basket I put console power bricks. Another basket I put component cables, like console specific component cables. In another basket I put console specific SCART cables. And in another basket I put console specific composite and S-video cables. And I kept having to like the whole thing with that other side of the room was I had everything wired up through Extrons and, click this button to route it here, and there. And ultimately it just caused too many problems. It was too complicated. I said it before that I found myself unplugging those systems for shooting B-roll and going, gee, I wish this wire wasn't like run like this so I could pull it out and use it somewhere else or shoot B-roll of it or something. I was running into those sorts of situations more than I was actually using them in those places that I had set them up, right?
Yep.
And I kept having to stop myself like, well, maybe I could like just put this cable here permanently and this cable here. No,
you're speaking my language. Like I know, like it's a descent into madness.
It is, and it was so hard. I'm like, no, I'm going to run a cable from the TV that's going, into a female connection that I can easily grab that and plug in what I need.
Yeah.
When I need it, and unplug it when I'm done.
Yep.
And because on the other side of the room, I've got like the Toshiba CRT and I've got two PVMs there that I mostly use for either video backgrounds or just shooting additional B-roll of like a consumer style CRT or something. And I'm thinking, well, I could link these three CRTs together and I could like route this signal and these signals. No! Stop.
Yep. And I
need cable. I'm going to run cables to the inputs of those TVs that I can then easily just plug console specific cables into, get what I need, unplug it, put it away. Like I need to make all of that simple, unique use situations, because that is what I'm doing over there. I'm not playing games on that side of the room. It's for B-roll and video backgrounds is really all it is. Where I'm playing games is on the main CRTs with the G-SCARTs and the G-comps, and yes, everything is connected and generally stays that way. and that I want to be connected and all that. But that's just that side of the room. Everything else I want to keep simple, just ready to plug in as I need it. But it is so hard, isn't it? It's so hard to like, well, I could route all this way and this way, and I just have to remind myself, no, we have to go the full opposite direction of what I had there before because it wasn't working out.
And yeah, and you do all this stuff. You spend so much time getting set up to do this, and then you don't even use it.
Exactly, because I was like, oh, well, I've got these extra consoles. I'll just hook them up for Composite Nest Video, and then I can get those anytime I want. But I wanted to pull out the consoles, pull out the cables, do this or that differently, or shoot B-roll of this or that more often than I was using them, because I thought, well, you know, maybe I could just leave a Sega Genesis always plugged up to this one. No, I'm going to want to pull that out and shoot B-roll of it before I ever turn it on.
Yes.
Don't do it. And it was so hard to like keep convincing myself. And like, I was like, this is it. I have to put these baskets, you know, in these cabinets here and start putting cables in these cabinets so I won't be tempted anymore to do any complicated stuff.
Yeah.
I just need to stick to the plan. Keep it simple.
Yep. That's exactly, I know that feeling. And it would drive you crazy eventually. Yep. And there's so much stuff that I've just like pulled out because like I don't want to do this, and it's just like if it stops working for whatever reason, and then you spend hours trying to figure it out. There was a couple of donations.
Yeah. There was $5 from Dad1153. Thank you. Saying Sega Ages eShop Switch sale ends in 6 hours. Most games are $279 each. Which Switch Ages versions are good enough to warrant double dip? Ooh, that's pretty good. I might turn on my Switch during the stream and look through the list.
Yeah,
I've got a few of those, but I might want to consider getting a few others possibly. Let me read the other. Let's see, there was $5 from Earth Prime 232. Thank you. Saying my magazine adrenaline moment was in 2012, finding a mint complete run of Next Generation magazine.
Oh,
woof,
good stuff.
Yeah, that adrenaline, I know that feeling.
This is like, I hate tower defense.
I knew you were going to hate this.
But it's just like there's so much stuff happening. Who decided this is what they needed?
I mean, I can understand, honestly. I think it is a good fit for ActRaiser, to tell you the truth. I mean, not that I can speak to how it plays out here, but yeah, like, the thing though is like a lot of people really don't like tower defense, so it shouldn't be put into other games. It should just be in tower defense games, because people who like tower defense, and people who don't like it, don't like it.
Yes.
So let's see. Great deals. Is it here?
But what games are worth getting? Definitely get the Virtua Racing. Fantasy Star is worth getting.
I'm just gonna search for Sega Ages.
Yeah.
On here.
Oh yeah, Outrun for sure. Space Harrier for sure.
Why those? Is the super scaling really good on them?
Well, the super scaling, but also because of the the very nature of how that works. They can open up the field of view to be a full 16:9.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. So it looks like I already have Space Harrier and Outrun.
Yeah.
I think those were codes that we got actually, because you'd already bought it. So I think you gave me those codes. But I bought Phantasy Star, and I bought I bought Virtual Racing. I've actually got quite a few of these. I bought several of them, and several were. So the ones I don't have that are $279 are Thunder Force, Lightning Force, Fantasy Zone, Puyo Puyo 2, Riptide Spy, G-Lock.
The angel like
Battle,
interrupts you like
Shinobi.
every 15 seconds.
Oh, Shinobi is not as discount as the others. It's $6.
That's a good one to get though. Oh, get Herzog's Y for sure. Herzog's Y for sure.
Oh, if I want that one.
Oh, it's like it has a really cool tutorial mode that I think that you'd probably really get into.
Like, does it have like a campaign to beat?
No, not really.
See that?
But it might. I mean,
this interests me because of that.
I think you'd be kind of into it.
Oh no!
For $279, I think that is worth experimenting with.
Is Shinobi the?
It's the arcade game.
That's the arcade game.
Yeah.
Do I have Shinobi arcade on Switch? That's a thing on, or not Switch. Wii.
You might.
That's a thing on Wii, right?
Yeah.
Let me check my backlogger. Actually, I don't think I have that. But see, that one's only that one's barely discounted. It's $6.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Shinobi. Sonic 2 is not discounted.
Well, you always get that. You could just wait and get that with the Sega Genesis Switch Online.
Is Lightning Force the?
That's 4. That's a good one.
Yeah.
That one's.
See, I want that, but like I think it's like kind of expensive. But like this looks like it has like a widescreen mode. I'm looking at the screenshots. Like the Genesis game is kind of expensive, you know?
Yeah.
Is that a widescreen mode or is it just stretched?
It's just stretched. It does not have a widescreen mode.
Can you turn off the border?
Yeah, well, in the typical Sega Ages Switch way, where it's like it just makes a gray gradient, unfortunately.
It's a little tempting.
The sound that it makes when they're like building something, it sounds like the floor above me is creaking.
Oh, I've already got. See, I've got like $3.63 of gold points available.
Oh yeah.
I've got like $11 of dollars in here, so that's a little tempting.
How do I build a bridge?
Maybe I will get something. Thunder Force AC, is that's
the arcade one.
game?
That's the arcade version of 3.
I see. That's tempting. I mean, that's a good game, right?
Yes. Oh, this one's right up your alley. This donation from Mega X6.
Oh.
Speaking your language. Because I think it's probably a good chance for us to talk about
$5. Try your recommendation of Kirby Plant Robobot was phenomenal recommendation. Got last week. One of the best Kirby's in a while for my money. I don't know. Yeah. Oh man. Plant Robobot is amazing.
Yeah. I would love to see a Switch collection of that and Triple Deluxe.
Absolutely. Or and Return to Dreamland.
Yeah.
Like that. Like I sort of think of that as a bit of a trilogy almost.
Yeah.
Yes. Such a good game. Just incredible, and the way that it like has like such an unexpected tie-in to like superstar lore at the very end is so good. Some musical callbacks there too. Oh,
I talk a little bit about it on the Digital Foundry Direct Weekly, but for the new one that was announced, the Forgotten Land or whatever it's called. It almost looks like a human city that is like the Forgotten Land, and what if?
I feel like there's going to be some crazy lore drops in that.
Well, game. Yeah, but my thing is what if it's like that was like the remain of human civilization, and Kirby takes place.
Upstar is like
Earth
the
after
apocalyptic version of our world.
Yeah. Yes. What if it's the city from near Automata?
I saw someone take a screenshot from it and with like the Last of Us font that wrote on the Kirby of Us.
I mean, it definitely gives that impression.
I mean, like that game, is totally going to get very dark in the end. It's definitely going to get dark in the end. It's going to be awesome. I'm so excited about that. Like, I mean, back in the N64 days, I was like dreaming of all right, when's Kirby going to get a 3D platformer?
Yeah.
Like I was just dreaming, what's it going to be like? And it's taken this long.
Well,
which don't get me wrong, good on them sticking with 2D for so long.
Well, I said
good.
They wanted to make sure they could do it absolutely right.
Do it right.
Yeah. And that's good. I'm glad that they waited so long.
I mean, good on them, but man, it has been a long time coming. I'm very, very excited to see that actually happen. The name is lame though. Kirby and the Forgotten Land. They could have done better. Why not just Kirby's Forgotten Land? Or Forgotten Dreamland? I don't know. Be better than Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Whatever. It's called Hoshi no Kirby Discovery in Japan. But Hoshi no Kirby is just like the mainline Kirby moniker they use. Kirby of the Stars. But very, very excited for that. But yeah, Robobot is phenomenal. I mean, very likely the best Kirby game of any. I mean, it's so good. Soundtrack is unbelievable in that. Of course, Kirby soundtrack is always unbelievable. I mean, it's still Hirokazu Ando and what's the other guy? I'm drawing a blank on the other guy, but it's still the two guys that have been doing Kirby music since the beginning.
Oh wow. Oh, I gotta collect offerings? Oh, I gotta go back to the Sky Palace, right? I haven't done anything like that. I can save.
To do that?
I like that it just, you gotta actually save your game. Okay, how do I...
Speaking of Kirby...
visit temple, okay.
Speaking of Kirby, taking so long to get a 3D platformer, thinking of the early days of 3D platforming, I saw something sent out from Square Enix recently that was something about Tomb Raider 25th anniversary. And I was thinking, like, you know, I feel like that's like one of the first times I ever saw, like, hey, this game is this many years old that like didn't make me feel old. I was like, oh, Tomb Raider's only 25 years old. How about that? Like, Tomb Raider's just something that feels like it's been around forever, you know?
Nah, not for me. How do I collect offerings? I don't know. Like I'm going, like I'm visiting a temple and I can't do anything. I must have missed it, I guess.
Really? Is Robobot expensive? That's a shame.
That one didn't get like a greatest hits release, or player's choice rather.
Man, those games though, yeah, like a Switch remaster of all those. You know, I mean, you know, talking about 3DS games coming to Switch, man, the great Ace Attorney. You know, I was just saying, I just started it last night. It looks great, like on the TV.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, I'm sure they might have, like, I don't know if they like increased like the polygon count of the characters compared to the 3DS game or not, but it looks fantastic. Like, it looks so good on the TV. So you can, you know, easily do good stuff with 3DS games, you know, in HD. Coury's been on an amazing streak of good games since Superstar Ultra on DS. I mean, you know, a lot of people always like kind of include Superstar Ultra, and like for me, like I skipped that game for a long time because, I mean, remake of, you know, the game I have on Super Nintendo. You know, there is added content to it for sure. Well, like, I think I was like turned off by like, oh, the A button is jump. So I was like, well, why not just play it on Super Nintendo where the B button was jump? We were having a big A button, B button discussion, or you know, like jump, or just a big controller and button mapping discussion on the Discord earlier today in general. But yeah, Ultra is good. I just have not played anywhere near as much as the original version of the Superstar. Yeah, I mean, really though, to me, where, you know, the Kirby Renaissance began was Return to Dreamland, because that was the first totally brand new game that brought back the Superstar controls, and like the whole idea that, you know, the way that you're moving affects like what ability you do. You know, a very sort of Smash Brothers-esque sort of ability system. And like, you know, all of the, you know, the new games that came out on GBA and DS, you know, like Navy Mirror and Squeak Squad, you know, they didn't go back to that. And, you know, once they finally did that with Return to Dreamland, it was finally what I'd been wanting all of these years from Kirby. And they've stuck with it, and it's been good. You know, Star Allies was definitely a good bit weaker. And I wish it was 60 frames per second. That's the worst thing about it is, you know, normally I'm not a stickler for that stuff, but for 2D platformer, it's definitely a big step down. I don't know if I haven't like looked at the footage closely enough. I'm assuming Forgotten Land is going to be 30, but like for a 3D platformer, it like doesn't really matter. I mean, it matters, but it's a less stiff compromise, I think, with the 3D platformer versus a 2D. So yeah, I mean, that might be my most anticipated game of any game right now. I mean, I'm a big Kirby fan, so. Definitely hyped for that.
Let's see if I can destroy this thing. I feel like
Yeah, I think I'm going to buy a couple of things here for this Sega Ages.
Oh yeah, you should.
I'm going to buy Thunder Force AC. I want to redeem points.
See, they probably had to put those the gate things in here because this part is way longer than it is in
Yeah,
like,
at first I thought you were moving through it really quickly.
Well, mainly because the angel like interrupts me every 15 seconds.
Right, like I guess it gets less tutorial-y over time, you know. Obviously. See, I'm gonna get Lightning Force on here because like I want the game, but like the Genesis version is like so expensive.
It is.
It's like I want to say it's like $130.
Oh, really?
Or maybe it's just it's somewhere between 80 and 130. Like I want to say, I don't remember what it was, but it's expensive. And there's 2 copies at Video Game World the last couple of times I've been.
I almost bought Ape Escape 2 yesterday. It was 50, but then I walked away, and you know, by the time I was done looking through all the magazine stuff, like everyone was taking their booth down. You know what I have to say? I'm glad that they didn't put any voice acting in this. They could have easily just put voice acting in here and.
Just want to take it so much longer to get through everything they say.
Yeah, I'm glad that they didn't.
Yeah,
I agree. You know, whether it's like a budgetary thing or it's just them showing some gosh darn restraint.
Sorry, I keep coughing. There was 5 reals from Pedroca Severo. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think the mapping stuff depends on where your thumb naturally sits, depending on the controller / handheld shape. Yeah, I mean, I was saying, you know, for the most part, you know, when we say like, oh, this should be on this button, this should be on that button, like it's just kind of what we got used to growing up. I'd say for the most part, it's relatively arbitrary. It's not like there is a natural best position, I think, for most actions. But what I will say is I do think it makes the most sense to have jump be the lowest button on the face buttons because, you know, like on a Nintendo controller on B, for example, put jump there because it's the one of the functions, if not the function you're going to be using most in the game. And it's easier to rock your thumb between B and Y than it is, for example, A and B, which, you know, some games do that. You know, like I was saying, some of the Kirby games, you know, for that's the one mark against Robobot is that jump is on A. And Triple Deluxe is that way too. Well, only mark against those games, but you get used to it. Accidentally exited the Nintendo store before I finished seeing what I wanted to buy.
Do you have more than one hero, I wonder, at the future levels?
Ugh.
I can already tell like there's gonna be a lot of these things. They should have had the ability to turn these off. They don't seem that difficult, at least.
Even though it's not a heavy discount, I'm going to get Shinobi, Arcade Shinobi.
Yeah, you should.
It's only $2 off. I've got the Master.
They should have put the shooting on the right stick. That would have been pretty cool. And then, you know, and the hero needs constant guidance. He can't just attack the enemies. You gotta tell him where he's gotta go all the time. Okay, cool. So you'll get more later on. That's good.
So I got Shinobi, Lightning Force, and Thunder Force DC.
Nice. A good selection.
I'll add it to my backloggery right now. So don't forget.
Buddy, where you going?
Let's see, did I call the other Sega Ages games? Did I call them Sega Ages?
Jeez, look at this. Like, this is insane right now.
Oh, actually, have I? Other Sega Ages games I have, have I not added some of them to my backloggery?
You might not have, because they were all like free ones.
Some of them were download codes, so I may have not, but some of them I did want to add. Like, I meant to add Virtual Racing because I'm pretty sure I bought that one. Maybe I just forgot to buy it because I don't usually buy digital games.
Yeah, this could probably be another action stage. Yeah, I think if they just had one of these per area, that'd be plenty. And then it wouldn't feel like that they're forced on you too much.
Yeah, I think the only one I actually added to my my backloggery.
Did he just say huzzah, the day is ours?
Well, actually, maybe I'll add
That's specifically the line where they said, oh, you know, maybe we shouldn't voice act this. They should have everybody be the guy from Trials of Mana, the supernatural enthusiast guy. It's
Is it any good?
What, this?
That's what Joshua Straction is asking. Is the game any good?
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Is it any good? Is there any good?
Well, the music's good. Let's do this last one. Using items. I'm saying possession of person.
You gotta say, I think Renaissance is a really good title for this.
It is. I made a really. Ooh, we got. Let's see if we can use that on him. I made a really bad joke in the Discord earlier today. It's like it's definitely a dad joke, where someone who bought the Chronicles of Riddick game for 360, and I said it's a really missed opportunity to like not remaster the Riddick games and call it the Ridiculous Edition. I would buy it for that name alone.
Mega X6 is asking an opinion on voice of cards. The Isle Dragon roars. You know, I
knew right away that was going to be like it was going to be it was the music was from the Nier composer.
Yeah.
But it's like
I was actually expecting it to kind of be like some sort of cheesy tongue-in-cheek thing at first, because that narrator voice that comes on at the very beginning, like I'd have to re-listen to it, but it sounded like extremely apathetic. Like it was like, "Welcome to the voice of cards." At the very beginning of that trailer,
it's just like the guy recorded it like 15 minutes before the direct.
I was just like, "Welcome to the voice of cards." And I was thinking it was going to be like kind of like a funny, jokey thing. And
yeah, they had him record it after he'd been up for 48 hours straight without sleeping. Like, you got to record this, and then you can go to sleep.
Yeah, Paul Bergkamp says it wasn't that bad. I mean, it probably wasn't, but like that was what it sounded like to me at that moment. I kind of want to go back and listen to it and see what it sounded like. But yeah, like I have no problem with cards being your like battle mechanic in RPGs, but like everything in the game existing as a card, like actually wandering around town and it all being uncovering cards to walk around town. I don't know. That's
excuse me while I plumb the depths of this monster lair.
Okay.
I just wanted to say plumb the depths.
with your heavenly plunger.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Sandy. I just keep coughing. I got a tickle in my throat.
How do I level up my dude? It still says level 1.
Maybe when you complete Fillmore? Zane's dad was wanting to know if you got Cruising Blast.
I have not yet. Still has, if I buy it at Best Buy, it still has the gift card.
Oh.
I've been very focused on, like, I've had work stuff, but also, like, I will be releasing the Super SD system to video tomorrow. It was just waiting on one last little piece to come in from our good friend Artemio. We like recorded a little thing for me, not like a guest appearance, but just like a comparison thing. And just slot that in, do sound effects, export, and it'll be out tomorrow.
Excellent.
It's like 19 and a half minutes, but you know, like it's way late on this thing. But you know, making this video was very much about me like getting my enthusiasm and mojo back, I think. And I'm making a promise to myself that I'm going to work on an episode at least a little bit every single day, so that I can constantly make steady progress, and then instead of like having a big gap and then realizing like, oh man, I've barely done anything on this, now I gotta like really crunch and work on it, and I don't want to feel like that anymore. So
yeah,
I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna keep moving and just keep on moving.
So yeah. Man, you know what? Something that annoyed me. I ended up reading several like announcement articles about the Chocobo GP game.
Yeah.
It like annoyed me. Like there seems to be a general sort of like this game kind of looks a little cheap, looks like a mobile game or whatever.
I didn't think it looked like a mobile game.
I didn't think it looked that bad at all.
No,
I mean,
no.
I would not expect it to be like, I wouldn't expect it to have the budget of Mario Kart or nothing, but you know,
right. Well, but
like people just seem to be really down on it. Like, just
I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything in that trailer to be down about.
Like, yeah, and so you know, I read a number of articles that was just like, well, I mean, I guess you could play this instead of Mario Kart, like that kind of like just sort of like a tone of like, why even bother when there's Mario Kart 8?
Yeah, so why should anybody make anything?
Yeah, and
Period.
like I read several articles that made zero mention, or mentioned at the very end like a footnote, like, oh, and there was a Chocobo racing game on PS1. It's like, dude, this is obviously like a direct sequel to it. Like,
yeah,
you know,
well, Chocobo Racing was like out in what, like 1996?
I think
no. It was like 1998 probably.
98 or 99 because it has I'm pretty sure it came out just a little bit before Final Fantasy VIII because it has like Squall and Delling City in it.
Okay.
Like, course,
yeah.
like as you know, kind of like promote Final Fantasy VIII, which, you know, I like Chocobo Racing. I've always had a soft spot for it. You know, I mean, it's no Mario Kart or nothing, but it's good. And like it just annoyed me that like people were like comparing it to Mario Kart, and before they were saying like, oh hey, this is a follow-up to original PlayStation game. Like I get the feeling like are like most people writing for like game sites these days like 10 years younger than me at this point or something?
Oh, without a doubt.
like I'm kind of having this realization that like no one on major game sites is writing stuff for me anymore.
Right, and that's why I don't even read that kind of stuff. I mean,
yeah. I just like I click on article here or there that, you know, like just going to any number of sites. It's not like I'm, you know, focused on it, you know, specific sites or anything anymore. But Chocobo Racing US release March 18th, 1999.
Okay.
So yeah, it was like roughly half a year or less before Final Fantasy VIII came out, which is about what I thought.
What do I need?
But, you know, there were also people. It's some of the articles I looked at were like, you know, it's a Chocobo racing game, but everyone is riding vehicles. And it's like, this is a sequel to a game where you were a Chocobo on roller skates.
Yes, yeah. Like, what do you want?
What do you want? Like,
I just was excited to hear the
established thing.
I was just
an established thing. Like, you're not like. But granted, you know, if you were, you know, a Chocobo riding a Chocobo, I could get into that too. But that'd be fun. But like, they're all vehicles. But like the whole like Chocobo is like a sub-series of like, you know, like there was a period of time where they branded Chocobo as like Final Fantasy Fables. Like, you remember there was, or not Final Fantasy, or yeah, because it was Final Fantasy Fables Chocobo Tales on the DS, was like sort of like this little mini game sort of thing. And then there was Final Fantasy Fables Chocobo's Dungeon for the Wii, which I liked. But, you know, and there was even more games that Japan got that we didn't get. But like, there's like, I mean, you know, you've got like returning characters, like there's a specific like Mog, and like there's a specific white mage and a specific black mage that are like recurring characters.
Right.
In these Chocobo games. It's like a sub-series of its own. And I think a lot of people just like don't realize that, like that this is like an established thing. I'm actually really excited for that game. Like, I think that was one of the, I feel like not a lot of people felt this way, but that was one of the highlights of the direct for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when you said that, I was like, oh, this is fun. It's fun to see something like that.
Yeah, like it was unexpected, and
I was very excited to hear the remix of the Final Fantasy IX Overworld music in there, which is one of my favorite.
I rewatched it and I didn't catch that.
It just plays at the very, very end.
Oh, okay. There was a lot of Final Fantasy IX stuff in that, which is actually really cool that they focused on that because the previous game came out before Final Fantasy IX.
Yeah.
So like, I wasn't able to have any Final Fantasy IX related stuff in it. Like it was like showing like the tracks and stuff. So like Zozo from Final Fantasy VI is a track in it. That's cool.
Yeah.
Like there was like no Final Fantasy VI specific stuff in the previous game to my recollection. I don't think there was any music. The one thing I think they did use the term Magicite.
Yes.
In Chocobo Racing, but I watched Dave did a stream, a Chocobo Racing stream on Thursday, and I watched a good bit of it. Oh. He did a really good job. I was teasing him. I was saying he I was saying he was going to take 10 tries to beat Bahamut on the last race. He did it on the first try. Like, he was saying, that game was his racing jam back in the day. Like, he played that a lot more than Mario Kart. Which makes sense for Dave, for sure.
Yeah. There was a $5 from Jonathan Hinson. Thank you, saying possible Castlevania Advanced Collection or Switch Online expansion video or live stream. Definitely. I think you can probably count on that. On something related. Yeah, I didn't realize that they had that it was kind of as big of a deal because it has the like higher quality music. That is huge. Oh, geez.
Big deal. Is that only on Switch or is it also on other systems?
That's on PS4 as well. Dude, get them. Dude, what are you doing? Like my place is gonna. What is he doing? What are you doing? You're just like running past them. They're gonna destroy my. I'm gonna lose. Man, I hate tower defense stuff so much. Like, I've never played a tower defense game that I liked ever in my life. I mean, I guess let's do this. Let's do exactly this. Flying fiends come hither. Awesome. Well, does that help me? And, your allies just don't do stuff. Like, you want them
to. It's interesting that the Advanced Collection also includes Dracula X on Super Nintendo. Just kind of random.
Yeah, well, that was my thing. It's like I was very surprised to see that. Like what they should have done.
They should have done the DS games too.
No, I think that I think they'll probably do the DS games as their own thing. But I think they should have done, if they're going to do Dracula X, they should have done the PSP version.
Well, but Dracula X, I mean, it's a unique game.
Well, it is, but it doesn't make any sense in this collection. At least the PSP remake of that would make
it would look amazing emulated in high res.
Yeah,
stuff.
Like I don't know why
or
they
just ported somehow. That would actually be really cool.
Like that makes way more sense to me than that.
But that said, I mean, even though it is not one of the better Castlevania games, it's still it is a unique game that shouldn't be just like ignored or something. It deserves its place in some of these collections for sure. But it's just odd to see it appear in that one in particular.
This There's so much stuff going on, and I can't do anything about it. Like, there's only one dude. I don't have enough magic to do. It's the first area. I'm already annoyed by it. Either I must just be doing something wrong.
I mean, can you not just shoot these little things with your arrows like
no,
normal?
you can't. You cannot attack at this time.
Angel has no arrows.
No arrows during this time.
That's annoying.
Yes. See, now it's dead. Like, what did that say? Whatever.
How far did that set you back?
I don't know. Not that far, I don't think. Can I prepare, you think, anymore for it? Or do I have to do it right when it tells me it's time?
Do not know.
What tower am I trying to move, though? Should I replace them?
Why is Coury playing a genre he hates? Because it's a remake of a game he loves.
Yeah. I didn't realize that.
The tower defense was not part of the original design.
Yes. That is correct. Okay, so what's this crap? I mean, let's just make it so... I mean, it makes me want to go up to the Sky Palace, put on easy just for the tower defense things, and switch back. Well, it just feels annoying because it's like... I don't think that the tower defense adds a single thing to the game.
I mean, I would have to reserve judgment for me to try it myself because, like, I'm not like a fan of tower defense, but I don't inherently hate it. Like, I like pixel junk monsters, but that's really the only like dedicated tower defense game I've really played.
There's like a better way I can do this. I don't know. I have the maximum amount of structures. I feel like I had more structures before. So how about those replica controllers that are coming out for Nintendo Switch Online? I had a little.
Well, I mean, I guess the big talking point is that Japan's gained 6 buttons again.
Yeah, I hopefully I'll be able to import that. Like, I definitely want to.
I bet it'd be expensive though,
because I wonder if they're
you'll
like
have to
limited.
rely on someone who has a Japanese Switch Online subscription.
Yeah.
Get it and then put it on eBay. Like, I was not annoyed by the Genesis Mini coming with a 3-button in the US, and I mean, well, for one, I did get the Asian version because it had the best game lineup. But so I did end up getting that. But like, even if I had gotten the US version, I wouldn't have cared really, because I mean, for one, let's be real. I mostly get those minis as a just neat thing to have, not a thing to play really. But like those things, let's be clear, those are nostalgia things. for people who don't bother to play old games in any other way for the most part. I'm not saying they're, they're actually real. I mean, especially when you hack them and stuff, like they can be really useful, just accessible way to play those games. But they are mostly made for and sold on nostalgia. And I think that in the US, where Genesis was bigger than Mega Drive was in Japan, I think more people probably associate with that 3-button controller.
Yeah.
And so they were taking the route of what are people probably most nostalgic for, not which is better or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, so I understand that decision there. I think for this though, it's a much more questionable decision, I think. Especially because like I use the Super Nintendo controller a ton on the Switch. For any game that doesn't require analog sticks, or at least doesn't make heavy use of ZR and ZL, it's a great controller. And I would love to use the Genesis controller similarly, but only having 3 buttons on it is going to reduce its utility and the number of games that you can actually use with it significantly, I think. So
the thing I'm curious about is the N64 controller. Like I'm wondering if it's going to have Rumble built in. Like I wonder if it doesn't need a memory card slot. So I wonder if they'll just use that like space and have actually like Rumble built into it. Like that makes sense to me.
Yeah, and my big question, of course, is the stick going to accurately replicate the real sensitivity of an N64 controller?
Yeah, I wonder if it'll work with Mario, the 3D All-Stars.
Yeah, but will it be more durable or not? Don't know. So it's like I would like the I would like the sensitivity of the original with a more durable design, but I don't know if we're going to get that. I mean, believe me, I'm going to do my darndest to get both the Genesis and N64 controllers. But
yeah.
But I thought it was so weird.
That I don't even understand how it works. Like it's supposed to be like more money, but how does it even work?
So like that's the weird thing. So I guess they said in early October they're going to have another presentation, didn't they say, where they're going to talk more about the new Switch Online tier? But like I can't believe they announced that and they didn't like give you any compelling reason to buy the higher tier other than N64 and Genesis games.
Yeah.
Like I feel like, I mean, don't get me wrong, N64 and Genesis games are nice, but like I feel like there has to be a reason. Like maybe they're trying to position it more as like a Game Pass type thing, and you're supposed to think like, oh, I'm getting this like. Maybe they want you to think of it more as a game service than an online play service, but that's not what I think people do think of as an online play service first. So what could they possibly offer? Like,
not a whole lot.
I feel like if they offered, if they want to compete with Game Pass, they need to offer Switch games through it, not just N64 and Genesis games. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if they offer Switch games through it, okay, that's actually, I mean, I won't lie, that's a good value. Game Pass is not for me, but I can't deny that it's a fantastic choice for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So if they were offering Switch games through the higher tier to like put it in sort of a Game Pass type situation, I could see the value proposition there, but just N64 and Genesis games, I don't think people are going to see the value out of it. And I don't think a lot of people would buy into it for that.
Well, I think that if they're going to charge for these additional tiers like that, they need to release games more often and more games for it than they have been. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. There was $2 from Demo Kirby. Thank you, saying,
you.
I wish N64 stick would be interchangeable with original hardware. Yeah, just swap that in, and then you've got a fresh controller. That'd be neat. I don't know if that. I mean, who knows? Maybe it would be possible. I mean, you know, people are kind of hoping like 8-Bit Do might release a receiver that you could like connect it to, you know, a real N64. That'd be pretty great.
Yeah.
I need to go to the bathroom.
All right.
Good luck on your tower defense.
Thanks. I don't have high expectations, but we'll see. Where are they? There's this. Good luck in there, Try. If I could do more than just like cast lightning. See, what is he doing? You gotta be. He's like not doing. It's not doing his job. Blockhouse. Yeah, well, let's see what happens, I guess. If I could do other moves, it'd be something. But see, he's just like screwing around over there. What are you doing? He's just waiting for me to tell him what to do. Which, I guess, makes sense, but can't he just go after other enemies instead of screwing around, just like standing there, like looking at the forest? What's he doing? He's just nothing. Yeah. Last remnants approach. See right here, this is why we have 2 people on every stream. It's because I'm just focused on this stupidity right now. Come on, get them all in there. Where's come on? There we go. Maybe, like, I think this game could be serviceable if you could turn those things off. Huzzah! I did it. That's right. Thank you. Oh, there we go. I leveled up. A lot of times I'm pretty open-minded to, you know, remakes and stuff like this. Like, how bad could it be? I mean, like, here I was coming off of Alex Kidd, and I feel like I was one of the few people that really liked it. And this is definitely rubbed me the wrong way.
I went upstairs to get my very ugly but signed copy of ActRaiser. Let's see if I can show it clearly on camera. So did you beat the tower defense section?
I did, yeah.
See, it's got like some red marker and just like a lot of like built up.
And you can't get in there. Well, I mean, you could. Really. You know, he follows us on Twitter. Maybe you could send him a new copy and a cleaner copy, and he'd probably sign it. You'd probably ask him.
I don't know. Yeah, the top label's not great. It's got it's kind of faded, so I can't see how much it is, but it's got an old Funko Land sticker on the back. Can I make out the price?
Excuse me.
I'm not sure if the price was even on that sticker. Maybe it's just a barcode and they scan it. You know, I actually just noticed there's a, like, on the back of this like nasty cart, there's like,
Ooh.
there's like some sort of text like scratched in to the back of this.
What if it was Yujiro Kishiro's name? He's like, I've signed this before.
It's really hard to read.
Oh, there was five reals from Nildo Jr. Thank you.
Thank you.
With no message, but thank you.
It's really hard to read.
Yeah. Paul Bergkamp says, is it a treasure map? Yeah, it's
It's really hard to read. It looks
a
like
map to the rich stuff.
it looks like SHE.
It looks like it says SHIT. Like you're like just trying to figure out what it's like an S, an H.
It'd be so funny if this is the copy of the game that I have signed by Yuzo Koshiro. It's such a bad copy, and it's like I finally discovered there's like vulgarity on the back of it,
like carved into it.
No, it's like S. It's like it's not a very deep carving, but it's definitely something scratched in it with like.
Yeah.
SHELU.
I can't believe it, like these trees guys like so stupid.
It's like Shalunful or something like that. Like maybe it's someone's last name.
Well, maybe we can try to figure it out. Maybe they're out there somewhere.
Anyone out there named Shalunful used to have a copy of ActRaiser in Delaware?
This is the PS4 version. I'm playing on the PS5 though.
You still haven't done like the second main
level. Yeah, I know. Like it's
the second main action stage of film.
Right. And you know, I think by having these little things here, like it's just a waste of time. They're not interesting or fun or exciting or cool. It's just like you just like spam like a little glowing blob with attacks.
Onishal Hoob? Is that a real person?
Onisha Halou. Oh, Tony Shalhoub.
Is this
Tony Shalhoub
pretty
was
close to what was written on the back of it? Shalhoub, something like that.
What if it was like the guy from this game, Philotis? It was his copy of the game. the hero like carries the axe around. He carved it into the back of that with his axe.
You know, I should have. I should have started up
guys,
Super Nintendo. Huh?
Our civilization leveled up. The entire civilization leveled up.
I should have. We should have done this as a dual stream and see how far like I could get in the Super Nintendo version before you ever get out of Fillmore.
That would.
Granted, I mean, I'm not ultra experienced at the game. I mean, I've only played through the whole thing. I've probably only finished it one time plus professional mode.
Mm-hmm. I've probably finished it like 4 times. I think it's one of the games I played through quite a few times.
May have played through it twice, but I think probably just once. I'm pretty sure it was in backlogging days when I actually beat it. I think I played a pretty good ways into it though. Like back when I was in high school. But I don't think I beat it until backlogging days.
Oh. It's like I don't even care. Like I'm tempted just like to skip the cutscenes here.
But it's just like Joe said though, each town has a hero with a fun personality. Yay.
Yeah, it's just, you don't
like who even cares? What was was it Bloodpool that had Teddy? Was Teddy in Bloodpool?
Maybe.
You know what I'm talking about though, right?
I don't remember Teddy.
Teddy was like this like character that they like tried to make you care about in the original version at least.
Look at him. Look at that dude. Look at that dreamboat. Look at around the lights coming off. You can see like the hard edge where it's like hitting the edge of the like the transparency.
Only on the left side though, really.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like the left side of is like hitting the edge of like the transparency or whatever.
That ain't great. But for the most part,
What, are we doing another one of these? We're doing another one.
I mean, for the most part, the HUD graphics are not bad.
No, but I'm like not prepared at all for this.
Oh my goodness.
I didn't realize we were doing another one.
Oof. I can understand why this kind of format is like ideal for I mean, it's on mobile devices, so it's, But like, how would you even play the action stages like on your phone without a controller?
No, it doesn't make any sense.
How much? I mean, not that I would buy it. I'm just curious. I want.
How much is this? It's $30.
$30 on consoles, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure it's the same on mobile. I'm just curious.
I didn't even level up my buildings for crying out loud.
Oh, it's only $20 on mobile, actually.
Oh. It may has microtransactions.
I don't think it says in-app doesn't it normally say
I'm just kidding. I mean, I hope it doesn't.
Yeah, there's like a button overlay on the screen in the action stages here on the screenshots that they show here. I wonder if the Switch version has like touchscreen support for like the overhead stuff in handheld mode.
Maybe, but I don't think that would really do anything to help it.
Do you think there's going to be an Asia release physical of this?
Yeah.
Would you buy it, even though you seem pretty frustrated? You don't like owning digital games that you don't have a physical of.
I know. That's a stupid. I probably wouldn't buy it for full price.
Yeah. I mean, I would not personally. I would not buy a digital copy of this based on what I've seen, but I would buy a physical just because I gotta have it.
I get it. I mean, I just bought it because like I wanted to stream it. I thought it, and I hadn't been following it, so
if a physical came with a soundtrack, I mean,
yeah,
soundtrack would be worth it alone. But I mean, they like the Romancing Saga 3 and Saga Frontier and stuff like that. Square Enix is, I finally, I had an order on PlayAsia like since forever ago. I had an order on PlayAsia for Ninja Gaiden Master Collection PS4 version, Saga Frontier HD on Switch, because unfortunately the PS4 version of that was canceled, and Tanuki Justice on PS4, because that was the first place that I saw Tanuki Justice.
Right.
And like the date that they were going to have Tanuki Justice in stock kept just getting pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed. And like a few days ago, I finally canceled the order and just reordered Ninja Gaiden and Romancing Saga.
Right.
Saga Frontier. Just by themselves, and then ordered Tanuki Justice on Amazon. Because I guess Video Games New York did the US release.
Right, that's the one I got, yeah.
But I got the Europe version, which is like, it's just shipping from Amazon UK. But through Amazon US.
What are you doing, buddy? You just gonna stand there?
And a Bridge of Spirits. I mean, that does look great.
I didn't even know what that was until like it was out.
Oh well, it was in one of the early. It when we watched one of those Sony presentations last summer or whatever with John and Adi. It was one of the better looking games, we thought. Yeah, it looks really neat. I think the physical is coming out in November.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll just wait for that.
Yeah, it looks cool. I watched the video that Alex did on it, and kind of in strong contrast to this game, he was like really praising how just like consistent the art of the game is. Like every asset in the game, he said, just like looks like it was made with like a very precise vision and set of rules for like how objects and stuff in the game looks. Every object has like sort of a polygon budget and a texture style, and the way that each thing kind of has its how each thing kind of angles and curves. Like it's just a very, very consistent art style that really makes the whole thing come together.
I hope that one day I will glow with a light resplendent. One day. Wouldn't it be funny if it starts, the glowing starts coming out of him, and it starts playing the opening music from Legend of Mana? Like I'm hearing that in my head when I'm looking at it. And like that mailbox with the wings comes out of his heart.
It's a prequel to Legend of Mana.
Yeah. Who knew? All this time. You know, I got the HD remaster of that, and you said that the opening of that was redone, and it looks like really kind of cheap.
Yeah.
And at first I was like, it doesn't look that bad. And then the mailbox shows up, and I'm like, what were they thinking with that mailbox?
Yeah.
What were they doing with my mailbox?
I love that opening on PS1. Like, the thing is, like, I'm pretty sure the PS1 opening actually uses like a CG model mailbox too.
But yeah, like, but it doesn't look like it was made in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Smoke Monster says, glowing with a light resplendent just entered our collective vocabulary.
See, this guy he's talking, he's like, if he is returned, then my course is clear. I will go and slay the beast ere this vision comes to pass. This is the same guy who just said, huzzah! Like, that's feels inconsistent. Alright. Have you already forgotten the vow you swore? Speaking of vows, you know, tomorrow is my 13th wedding anniversary.
Oh.
13 years. My marriage is about to become a teenager. Isn't that crazy?
That means that it was 13 years ago that I beat Super Ghouls and Ghosts on Super Nintendo. That's and beat my backlog as well.
Yep. You know, it's funny.
This is not something I'm familiar with, but Mega X6 says there is a great album called The Last Resplendent by Astral Tales. I don't know who Astral Tales is.
You know what's interesting, though, to think about is that... Oh, God, are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me?
Is there before you still aren't...
There's been like 6 of these things. Or 5 of them, at least.
Oh, my God.
This is complete stupidity.
Like, I just want to fly around and clear out the trees and shoot little demons with my arrows, you know?
Yes. I just want to play another freaking action stage, not one action stage every 2 hours.
How did John and Audie find the time to do this video, I wonder now?
I don't know, but I'm like gonna die because this guy is like, hey dude, go after them. Go after him. I was not prepared for this at all.
We have to see Bloodpool.
Yes.
We have to see Bloodpool.
I'm gonna die anyways here because I was not prepared for this. I was not thinking they would possibly do another one of these.
Not after he had the light resplendent. Kenneth Cummings is saying you can back out of these.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm doing now.
Music and Bloodpool is the best. I mean, I don't know if you've seen video of what the blood pool action stage looks like, but it's got some clouds in the background that look kind of amazing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I need so many forts. I need to. What was that other thing? Did I have like a new structure I could build?
Like these menus that come out of your Angel, is it kind of like a radial menu, like you hold in the corner that
you just
it's
I mean, you can.
Left, right?
You can, yeah.
His dad says, I prefer ActRaiser Dark Ages over this.
Well, I guess we're gonna now we'll try it again.
I would appreciate if like that starts becoming the accepted term in the fandom for the original game is ActRaiser Dark Ages.
More stuff here. I'm just gonna power everything up.
That's a good idea.
What?
Here's hoping some ambitious ROM hacker takes the new SPC 700 music in this one and integrates into the original somehow, or just the remixes.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm sure that it's gonna be pretty quick that there's gonna be a MSU1 version with that music in there.
That'd be amazing.
Amazing. All right, let's. I mean, I'm usually pretty easy going, but these tower defenses, like, it really feels as though they're forcing it. They are really just trying to draw things out.
Yeah.
With those, because there is no reason to have 5 of those in the first area.
No.
I mean, just have a little restraint. That's level 3. That's level 3. Can we upgrade further? All right, should we try it? Here we go.
It's got to be the last one, right?
Yeah.
Got to defeat the Greater Ghoul Master. How could there be another one after the Greater Ghoul Master?
I don't know.
Can't believe your Angel can't shoot arrows.
Yeah. It'd certainly make things a lot more fun. Instead of like you just flying around and having to pick up these things as they show up.
Yeah, like when at first I heard, oh, there's tower defense stuff, I thought, well, at least you can still play the game like normal. Well, apparently not.
Oh, you heard somebody say that you can just play the game like normal?
No, I mean, I was
just
saying, like, when I heard about the tower defense, I was initially like, oh, I mean, I know Coury's gonna hate that, but it sounds like a good fit for the game. But like, it would work if your Angel could still do stuff.
Yeah.
Just shoot your arrows normally, it'd be fine. It wouldn't be that different from, monsters attacking in the original.
Right.
But then you would have, maybe some more moves at your disposal. But no, this like being like a whole separate like system like kind of, yeah, that does ruin things a bit, I would say.
That is incessant. Like, it happens constantly.
Yeah, Oro Monado says it would be cool if they include the original, like Monster World 4. Yeah, I mean, that'd be a pretty big deal, actually.
Well, they'd be afraid that people would be like, oh man, I'd rather play this. Because it doesn't have tower defense things in it.
Isn't,
You know, if they want to do one tower defense per area, like that, I would begrudgingly accept that.
I'm trying to blank on the name of the game. I bought it not that long ago, just because I was like, well, I need to own all of the PS3 Ratchet and Clank games. Why am I drawing a blank on the name? Like that one Ratchet and Clank game on. It's a tower defense game, right?
Yeah, Full Frontal Assault.
Full Frontal Assault, yeah. I really don't know what I'm going to think of it, but like I just was like I felt conviction that I needed to own all of the PS3 Ratchet and Clanks. But like, see, that to me would get very difficult, because like I'm pretty sure you like control your character like and run around the battlefield. So like you might not be able to like get a full, I mean, maybe you can get a full view of the battle, but you're going to be focused so much on like the ground view a lot of the time, I think, that you know, it could get difficult. I don't know, maybe Ratchet and Clank can make it fun.
Yeah. But just being on the ground like that is like more interesting and exciting than this.
But like it would also, you know, there could be bad things happening that you like have a hard time seeing, you know.
Yeah. Well, I'm it's gonna take the whole freaking stream to make it to the second area.
I know.
Dude, just get him. Kill him.
Yeah, it's true. Cotton also included the original. Unfortunately, it has bad non-interpolated scaling.
The music just stopped. Like there's just like no more music playing.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, now there it's back. You're like, really? Can you do the impression of the card, the card guy again?
Welcome to the voice of cards. I need to bring that trailer up again, because I want to see if it actually sounds like it sounded in my memory. Voice of cards.
You gonna get him or what? You're just sitting there blocking him. He was just sitting there blocking it. Like he wasn't attacking. He was just sitting there blocking his attacks.
Voice of cards. The Isle Dragon Roars announcement trailer. There we go.
Oh, come on. What do you do? Oh, he's dead. Oh, geez. Okay, this is all I got left here. Oh, he's alive. He's back. He's running over. He's like, "Bring me Thanos!" with his axe.
This trailer is a little different. It doesn't have the welcome to the voice of cards, but it has the narrator saying several other things at the beginning. He sounds pretty uninvested to me.
Yeah. There we go.
There's a demo of that game. I mean, I'm curious what it plays like, but I don't know if that'd be for me.
Minotaurus has not revealed himself. We must protect the city for 5 more times. He's a creature of guile, elusive. For days and weeks I pursued him, desperately following his spoor. Until, huzzah! That dude made himself seen. And I kicked his butt, only to be led into a trap by his master.
this you know.
Yeah. Mentors, unlike lesser monsters, he may well be a demon born of Tandra himself.
Dang.
I could have told you that an hour and a half ago.
If you were playing on Super Nintendo, you sure
Yeah,
could.
we've been on the third town by now. Like, why do I need to keep on leveling up my guy here? Is it because... You know what I hope? Here's what I hope happens. I hope that as you move through the game, other areas that you've already completed will occasionally fall under attack, and you have to go back and do tower defenses for all those too. Like, do them again. Like,
oh gosh, I can't bet it does.
If that happens, yeah.
You're just like,
I will be officially done.
See if they'll give you a refund like Nintendo gave Xavian.
Yeah. That's my favorite thing, is when you like move on to another level or something like that, and you have to go back and, you know, keep an eye on the stuff that's happening in those levels too.
Oh,
Even
no.
after
I'm really nervous that might be what happens.
Yeah, because now people are starting to say like Rage Quit is coming. Sony is giving a refund. Ha ha ha. I mean, why else would they still be giving me stuff to level him up?
Well, I think it was in either the Digital Foundry or Games Act video. I forget which one, but they commented that you can use your heroes. You can summon your heroes in later towns.
Oh, okay.
So maybe they get easier, but as you get more heroes.
Maybe. Played in a battle and the Taurus victory is not assured. Let's just get to it. Like, here we go. I need to help Fillmore have 300 people. This thing is now. What's going on now?
Next up, the Pong remake featuring tower defense sections.
Like, honestly, like tower defense and procedurally generated levels might be like my two, like, those are like things that will definitely make me not like a game.
I mean, there can be
Like, I am way more willing to give procedurally generated levels a pass before tower defense.
I mean, it's generally like, if I read that, I'm like, oop, well, not buying that game. But to be fair, I mean, there have been times where it's been fine. I don't know if like procedurally generated is always the word for it, but like randomly generated levels, like I kind of think of like randomly generated as like less sophisticated than like procedurally generated. When you have stuff like Persona dungeons or whatever, like the layouts are.
Well, it doesn't get in the way. That's what I like. Is like in Persona, it doesn't get in the way. It's just kind of like, it doesn't matter.
It's all about your journey through the levels of the dungeon, and not about the layout of the dungeon itself. It works. Like one of the first games I played with like randomized levels was, probably Dark Cloud 2, which I didn't get that far into, but I rebought it sometime later, and I do intend to give it a fair shake. And then like Pikmin 2 was another relatively early one for me, where it's got like the main areas are, designed. but the dungeons.
I'm gonna say this right now. If there's another tower defense before I play this next level, I'm gonna turn it off. I'm gonna play the original game. I'm just gonna play the original game for the rest of the stream. Okay.
Okay. Let's see what happens. But what if the next stage is like triggered immediately after a tower defense?
I don't care. What is the meaning of this light? It's resplendent.
Yeah, like procedural, like when procedural generation is used in like a marketing point of every time you play it's different. No two runs are the same. Like that just immediately I'm just like, nope, not interested. Because like learning the levels and stuff is like part of the game oftentimes to me, you know?
Can you handle the tower defense without blast hard cheese? Is that what's some of those other names? Like the it's not Big McLarge Huge, is it? That's one of them, right? Ooh, we're going way in. Ooh, there it is.
It was $2 from Lucas Peruzovic saying, "Just play the original."
I want to see Bloodpool. Here we go.
I did want to see Bloodpool.
Return the world
looks
map.
like you might be able to just go in here. Can you just go in?
Yes. Let me save my game.
The act is returning.
I just want to see the spinning. And even though it looks nicer and seeing that spinning, like there is definitely something about the like seeing the Mode 7 zooming in on it. Like I think the Mode 7 looks more impressive than that. I don't know why. Is that stupid? Is that a stupid thing to say? It just moves too fast. Like I feel as though.
I mean, it's like I said, just like with pre-rendered graphics. Pre-rendered graphics used to be like, high tech and cutting edge and big budget. Like Mode 7 was a cool cutting edge technique, right?
Yeah. Well, it had way more build up to it. Like that just goes really fast. I think like.
Da, 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 da.
Ooh, look at that. Collect crystals. The only thing this game is missing
this is the level that Joe was saying, like, the parallax looks really wonky.
Oh yeah, you can see it like the way that it moves up.
I think that are the background layers just not moving up and down? Is that it?
Well, look at that. You can see it right there. Yeah, it's just.
Or like the middle layer might be moving up and down, but like I don't know, but it's weird.
There's the attack plus 20. I sort of can't believe how bad the enemy deaths look too. There's nothing to it.
No punch to it at all.
No. Like they just fade out.
Yeah, this feels like a Sega Saturn remake, and it's like $700.
Yeah. I think if they got these side-scrolling levels onto the Saturn, I'd probably be like, okay, I can get into that.
Yeah.
it's just weird because it's more disappointing because people like including myself like were kind of blown away that this was announced and it was even made and it came out, and it's like this was like the chance, like they can't undo this now. They can't Control Z this entire game and have it disappear and really try to do like a better one. I'm gonna die.
Isn't it the some of the like the founders of Quintet, like people don't even know if they're alive anymore?
Yeah, they totally like are off the grid. They disappeared. Yeah. Completely disappeared. Yeah. I mean, no, I think it's wrong to say that it's like that it's lazy. Like I don't like using that term because
I don't like using the term lazy
because obviously everyone there was probably doing everything within their budget constraints and their ability to do stuff, and maybe they were forced to they were forced to put those tower defense in there to like. They got to add something to it. They got to add all this stuff like by higher ups. Like, I don't think
game developers do the best they can. They
don't want to make a bad game. I mean, I just think that
the blame lays into people who are allocating the budgets to these things, not the developers.
Yeah. Or just deciding. I don't know where I saw it, but I saw like a tweet like about the original Bayonetta from like Kamiya, like saying there was a big confrontation over Bayonetta's glasses. He says the voices from above were telling me that we had to get rid of her glasses, and so I decided that I was going to make every character in the game wear glasses. And if you actually look at it, like all the main characters all wear glasses. Right. And he talks about like I don't know. Someone else says it was like somebody who was like the producer or something. He said before I knew it, it like had gone past me, and I didn't even realize that all the characters had glasses on when they weren't supposed to.
What's her name? Jean doesn't wear glasses, does she?
I think she wears like sunglasses at least.
Or maybe she wears like goggles or something. That's funny.
It was a pleasant surprise seeing that Bayonetta 3 is still around. Like, I mean, of course it's not gonna go away. I think it looks great. Obviously, like I'm a big fan of, especially the first game. I got 1,000 out of 1,000 in that game. And I thought the second game was okay. It had it was maybe a bit too boss heavy, like boss fight heavy.
I think I overall liked the second game more, but I didn't have the attachment to the first that you do.
See, but the thing with for me is that I knew that there's nothing that could happen in the second game that would be more over the top than the ending of the first one.
Yeah, I mean, you literally cannot top what happens at the end of the first game. That is true.
So I think that going in, like I knew right away, like they'll never be able to like do anything that is as amazingly ridiculous as that.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing I do like about those games is just how like just absolutely ridiculous like the scenarios just keep topping one another. I mean, they just it just gets more and more and more ridiculous.
Yeah.
Just like the sheer scale of everything that happens.
Right. But I don't know. I'm excited for 3. You know, I like her new hairstyle. So is
I don't know about the new hair, but
yeah. Well,
I overall probably prefer the Bayonetta 2 design over Bayonetta 1 though. But I mean, but both are cool. I'm unsold on the new style though, but that's kind of whatever to me. It was really funny though that I mean I don't know how many people like actually caught that dog, that like mascot dog is from Astral Chain.
I didn't know that until you mentioned that.
Yeah, I think they were trying to pull sort of a trick there, but I like from the very beginning when I saw the soldiers, I was like, this has to be Bayonetta 343.
Oh, here we go. Is this gonna be Minotaurus? So someone's saying that this is speculated that I like it says Minotaurus big on the screen, and then it also it has to like put in the word Minotaurus in like a different font on top of it.
And then it fades into the life bar that says Minotaurus.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean we've only heard Minotaurus' name 70,000 times at this point.
Wonder if it's like written in like katakana in Japanese, and then like, you know, in English on top of it, and so it like looks cooler, like with the two different ways of writing it in Japanese, but it looks dumb in English.
Oh, come on, he was almost dead. Oh, I didn't realize I had magic I could have used.
I actually kind of like the Minotaurus'
well, his model looks good, you know, like that's kind of fun, you know.
Like it looks like
we're gonna use. Ooh, we're gonna.
You know,
use
he
magic.
looks like a character from like a late '90s fighting game.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's slightly like choppy. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, I like his death there. I like the beams of light.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Oh, what does that make me think of? It makes me think of something that I can't place.
It makes me think of Han Solo getting let out of the kryptonite, or not the kryptonite, the carbonite.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. That might be what I'm thinking of.
Out of all the effects in Star Wars, I feel like that's one of the ones that has aged the worst.
Yeah,
because you can tell it's just like the weird, like looking video behind it.
His mouth like starts moving like in a weird way.
Yeah, well, it's just like video behind it, almost like, or just like film, like it's just composited. All right, just. It's like we've got one more tower defense before we gotta leave the area. Minotaurus' last remaining army is on its way.
Mega X6 calls it a resplendent win.
No evil remains to threaten your children.
At least they didn't call it ActRaiser Resplendence.
Yes. Renaissance was pushing it. Like
ActRaiser Renaissance really is such a good name. It's a shame they couldn't have applied it to a better day. Like, honestly, I almost feel like even like a very basic, like, polygon style would have looked better than this, you know?
Yeah. I think the overworld stuff looks fine. I think like this stuff looks totally fine, and
It's okay. I mean, you know.
yeah. Can I leave? Can I? Or do I gotta go back in here?
Can I just go to Blood Pool? Joe can't believe you're reading all of that text.
I'm not. I'm like skimming it. Oh, hang on. I have to. Excuse me while I bequeath over here. I don't know exactly. It's like the X prompt, you know. Press X to bequeath.
Press X to pay your bequeathances.
Is that what it's... I gotta use the Shark Gold Light will bearing a signal. King will be it's a summon. Okay. Okay, fine. I can't. Okay. All right, so I can go back to the world map. All right, let me save my game first. I mean, I can't believe it took 2.5 hours to like get to the second world. I mean, that's like a quarter of the original game.
That's rough. It's kind of
if not more, honestly.
I kind of wish I was playing the Super Nintendo version alongside you.
Yeah.
Let's see the difference.
Like this looks pretty cool. Like this looks neat the way you move around here, like that.
I don't love how the palace looks.
Yeah, well, it doesn't look like it's.
There's no depth to that.
No, it's just like a, you know, like a.
It's just like 3D... a magazine cutout.
Yes.
But the world itself and the clouds and the rays,
yeah.
they look cool.
Like that looks good. Shall we begin?
Yes.
Let's begin.
I want to see them blood pool clouds.
Yeah.
That Joe really loves.
They should call this ActRaiser bequeathed. Just so that we could like put that on the thumb. Yeah. Oh, the music's good too.
Look at those clouds. Aren't those clouds kind of amazing?
Oh, it almost looks like FMV.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does look really neat. But it does look like heavily filtered FMV.
Yeah, but still, I'm kind of into it.
Oh, you're telling me. I think it does look really good.
I wonder if it's just like stock video though, that they've like, you know, filtered.
Dude, he runs up to me with a sword and then like throws it at me.
Looks like Lizard Man from Soul Calibur.
I mean, that does look good. That looks real good. I'm impressed. But it's got to be FMV, just like repeating FMV, because it doesn't move at all. Like the far background doesn't move at all.
Those mountains look like they're kind of funnily cut out.
Yes.
Like there's some sort of like not that great chroma keying or something.
Yeah.
On them.
I'll have to watch Joe's video. Like I didn't even see it that it was out until like right before the stream. But you know, I. 'Cause, like, I didn't even see it that it was out until like right before the stream. But. You know, I. 'Cause, like, I didn't even see it that it was out until like right before the stream. But. You know, I. 'Cause, like, I didn't even see it that it was out until like right before the stream. But. You know, I. I'm usually a lot easier on games than he is, but I feel that I'm gonna be right there with him. Whatever.
On games too.
What's that?
I think Joe is pretty easy going on games too.
Yeah, but I think that like I definitely like it, just like, you know, whatever. But he's he has better standards maybe than I do.
Lizard Man definitely has a lot of frames of animation. In general, I guess they have a lot of frames of animation. But...
I'm gonna beat this level and I'm gonna play a little bit of the original, just because I'm gonna. Okay.
Yeah.
Gonna get that. Oh. Well, at least you don't die when you fall in the blood pool. It just takes away fun. Five HP every second. Oh, we got.
It's actually kind of funny how the clouds are the mountains are in front of the clouds, because like the clouds are like moving way too fast to be that far away. You know?
Oh, is it like you can't die anymore now? Is it like wait? It's just like turned like super easy at this point.
Joe did say in his video that like he thought the balance was a little out of whack.
I guess the real question is though, is this game better than ActRaiser 2? That is the question.
I mean,
that is a harder to answer question than it should be.
I mean, I believe ActRaiser 2 is not a bad game. It's just an extremely technical game. Like, just the mechanics are very technical and difficult to learn.
Crimson Waters Blasphemy Manticore. What's it called again? What is this thing? Sir, it appears to be a manticore. You know my favorite thing to say to my son now, like when I'm like complimenting him on something, I always say, you know, you're a real spaceball, you know that?
A real spaceball?
A real spaceball. I mean,
has he seen Spaceballs?
No, but I did just got it for like $2.99 in like 4K or something like that from Voodoo.
Well, like ActRaiser 2 is just a very, very difficult game to play.
Yeah,
but I don't think it's a bad game. But it's just the mechanics.
Oh, I'm dead. Oh, maybe not. No. Oh, I was gonna. Yeah, it's Manticore. Like the this is the actor. Oh, what's? Oh, I just like revived.
Why?
I don't know. Why not? Spaceballs has one of the worst commentary tracks. That's disappointing. It seems like it should be good.
Laserdisc had commentary tracks?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. A lot of the ones on the early DVDs were like ported over.
Huh.
Oh. I can't wait to do all of these tower defense stuff.
Are the town NPCs going to look any different? Yeah, they look different. Resplendent sunlight.
Yeah. Let me just clean these things up. How do I get rid of them? Use glorious sunlight to dry those up. Oh yeah, there we go. Nothing like glorious sunlight. I get two of them at the same time. I can.
It's so weird. There's like these like swamps laid over the river.
Yes.
Like you could see like the swamp water over the river water.
Yes. Well, that looks good. Like the actual blood pool. It looks kind of like a stomach.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, what is the blood pool supposed to be?
A pool of blood, I think.
Oh, okay. Like, I remember always being surprised that, like, blood pool itself did not look like a horrifying place. Like, after the level, anyway, you know?
The music here it's nice. It's pleasant. It doesn't really feel like a place called Blood Pool.
Yeah.
Well, it's 11:10.
Yeah. This game's a little boring at this point for me to watch.
Yeah, let me go back to the Sky Pass. I'll play like the first area and see how fast I can play through Fillmore in the original.
I'm curious. No, I'm pretty sure my ActRaiser was one of the games that you changed my battery in.
Probably.
Because it was one of the first games.
Well, hang on. I gotta take off my headphones. Hang
on. Actually, I didn't note it on my backloggery, so maybe you didn't, because I'm pretty sure I marked all the ones that you did replace. I'm gonna learn to just do that myself. Ugh.
Let me just do this.
Hold up here. Warning. You need to make sure that you unplug the Ethernet cable from your Super Nintendo, or else the patch is going to add tower defense. Thanks for the heads up, Zane's dad.
All right. I'll do it like the MSU1 version. MSU. Should we do the?
I was thinking I didn't see it noted on my backloggery that you replaced my ActRaiser battery, so maybe you didn't.
Maybe I didn't.
But I think it was one of the very first games that my battery ever died in.
Maybe. What should I do? Should I do? I'll do the synthesizer Faith OST, I guess.
Yeah, whatever that means. I don't know.
Whatever that means.
I don't know.
Doesn't look like it's doing anything. It's not doing it. It's not even working. It's like maybe maybe it's
Maybe
bad.
you don't have the music.
Maybe I don't have the music. I should.
All
right, let's try a different one.
Man.
What?
ActRaiser Renaissance made me sleepy.
Let's see. I didn't mean to do that. Hang on. I didn't mean to do that. For crying out loud. There we go. Let's try the orchestral Faith. I wonder what the deal is with these. Not doing anything. I wonder if I have like a setting enabled that's preventing it from working. You know what? Screw it. I'll just play it.
In your cart.
Yeah. Well, my cart's. It doesn't seem like anything is working, but maybe is nothing working here? What's going on?
It's really strange.
That's really strange. I have not had any problem with that before.
Try loading something that's not ActRaiser. Volta is saying reseat the cart.
Yeah. That's what I just did. Let me just make sure there's no... I mean, this is the beta one. I wonder if like the menu is like not compatible with the new version or something like that, with the beta version.
I don't know. I mean, ActRaiser is a basic cart.
Yeah. Maybe I should see if a different game works, because I know that for some reason ActRaiser just doesn't like it. Let's try something else. See, does this work? I bet it's got to be some incompatibility with like the menu that I'm using for the beta firmware, I bet.
You should be like me and just never update.
Yeah, I'm just getting my cartridge. I gotta find it. There it is.
Oh yeah. There's that music.
We'll just do that. So if I select new game, I guess I won't, because there's only one save slot, right? If I start a new game, am I gonna lose professional mode?
Good question.
Not that it matters. I mean, I have the save backed up. I can always just.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I won't save my game. I just play until I get a game over, I guess.
That's right. Sometimes the old ways are the best.
Yeah.
Just plug in that cartridge and it works, you know?
Yeah.
It just works. Ain't no fiddling. It just works.
Here we go. I think that looks better.
Yeah, I don't know if Joe is still watching, but I was commenting early in the stream that the GameSack video renewed my appreciation not just for the music of the game, but also the sound of it, the sound samples specifically. Because see, I didn't play this game until later 90s, possibly even early 2000s. So, you know, I didn't experience it when it was new. And, you know, Joe was commenting, you know, like, you know, it sounds like an orchestra coming out of your Super Nintendo. And it's like,
yeah,
it really does. Like it is a good sounding game. Like it's not, you know, I mean, the compositions are amazing, of course, but I mean, Yuzo Koshiro, I think what makes him really special is, you know, not only is he a great composer, but I feel like he has much more interest and awareness in like the technical aspects of the sound hardware that he works on.
Yeah.
I feel, you know, that just the technical side of it plays a lot into his the instrumental and composition choices that he makes, and I feel like that's where his talent really is. ActRaiser, new and tasty. ActRaiser, Panicon, Funkatron.
Those sweet sounding lightning effects. You can really hear the stereo effect on those. There it is. Let's see how long it takes for me to get before I'm fighting Minotaurus. So it took like 2.5 hours before for me to.
Yeah. When did you start this? Like 3 minutes ago.
Something like that.
Let's say 11:15.
Yeah, let me turn the game audio.
Yeah, there you go.
You know what? And like, if we want to really make it go fast,
how do you make it really go fast?
Yeah. He's like, all right, let's work for goal. Wait, we gotta do this first. Please burn the bushes.
So, Coury, I know it's unexpected, but
can't you? You can change the speed of the text, I think. Oop. I love the noise it makes when you attack these the gold or the ice dragon things, which is like boop, 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 boop. Walter, why are you proud of me? Because I play in this one, or because I
did the right thing by stopping that horrible game.
Okay, so message through. There it is. It's like this, and it immediately appears.
These are it's
way more fun because you get to play as like a buck naked cherub too, as an angel. Look at them; they're able to do it just on their own.
Yeah, that's right. Ceiling Monster's Lair.
Ooh. Even that looks like a lot better. The lightning.
I didn't really pay attention to what the lightning effect looked
It's
like.
got that really cool looking cloud. Oh, in the remake. Oh, I got it.
It's really surprising that it is just a naked fairy. Or not fairy,
Yeah,
angel. What do you feel about Soul Blazer?
I like it.
I've only played a tiny bit of it. I don't own it. I kind of wish I did. But I don't have it. It's different though.
Well, it's not that different. I mean, if you play it now, if you were to play it now, I think that you would feel that it is refreshingly safe. Like it just is. It's gonna stealing my people.
Oh no! they laid on the ground. They just go, yay! You know, I was commenting to you a while back when I was recording just some random stuff from Illusion of Gaia. You know, I never got all that far into Illusion of Gaia when I used to have it, and then oh no, they flew away over the ocean.
I tried.
You know, I used to have it. I never got all that far. I just couldn't quite get into it. And then I actually, I mean, it's amazing that game is still like not particularly expensive, which is kind of amazing. You know, I got it for $30 again, like a month or so ago. And you know, I just feel like it's a game I really do need to give another shot to. You know, the water in that game, like at least in the first town, is like some of the best looking, like overhead perspective, like, you know, 16-bit water I can think of at all. Period. Like it's just the water.
I think you're gonna really like it.
Really good.
There is this one part in the game where, well, it happens a couple of times, where it has these kind of like long, like, not really time skips, but kind of time skip type things, where the characters are like kind of stranded for a long time.
Yeah, I've seen at least one when you streamed it a while back.
Oh, with they're like stuck on the
raft.
Yeah, for like, you know. Like,
and I do love stuff like that, where it's just like, oh man, like everything just like kind of comes to a halt, and like you like have that moment to like soak in, like, man, like things are kind of bleak right now.
Yeah.
You know, and like it just you know, that kind of stuff can be really effective, just like with Final Fantasy VI and stuff, you know.
Fillmore will be built just as you directed. And I guess in this, there's really, you know, only one way you can do it. You know, there's no building your own town. And it's much the same way. A game that I think has really good town building mechanics, even though it feels very similar to this in a way, is Dark Cloud 2. Where you can only make it a certain... I mean, you're given some freedom, but essentially there's a specific way you have to build it.
What I really liked, and you might like it too, is Dragon Quest Builders.
Yeah, I have the second one for the Switch. I should play it.
I have the second one as well. I have not played it yet though. But The first one, I mean, it's cool because like they give you these sort of templates for these buildings that they want you to make. But you have a little bit of flexibility and creativity in how you build it, and you can like put them where you want in town. So it's like, I mean, it's very much like Minecraft with like heavy guidance and sort of like clear goals.
Mm-hmm.
So like you feel like you are making your own unique town, but you're also not just like left to like completely envision it like on from nothing, you know? Like there's definitely kind of it's good. I really like it.
I should give it a shot after Oh!
Rogue Galaxy, kind of a Dark Cloud 3. I guess I could see that. I mean, I've beaten Rogue Galaxy, but I have not beaten Dark Cloud or Dark Cloud 2. I don't have. Do I have? I don't think I have Dark Cloud 1. I have Dark Cloud 2. But I've not.
Dark Cloudo?
I've not played all that far into it. I didn't love Rogue Galaxy. It was okay. Like, I've said it many times that Dragon Quest VIII is the one and only level 5 game that I've like fallen in love with.
I love that
Like,
sound effect.
I love like level 5's like style and everything,
Mm-hmm.
but like their gameplay very rarely hooks me. Or there's something about that I actively dislike, like Ni no Kuni.
Oh, yeah.
It's like the battle system in that is so bad.
Yeah. Like, we both really did not. But I heard it's a lot better in the second one, but is level 5 even around in their, like, original, like, incarnation anymore?
So, I'm not sure what they're working on lately, though.
Yeah, I can't think of, like, anything since... Did they do Ni no Kuni 2?
I'm sure they did. There was $3 from EB Chill 2. Thank you. Saying nice seeing Coury on the DF chat yesterday.
How did it come out? I haven't seen it yet. I feel like I don't have. I haven't
seen it either. I'm looking forward to watching it tomorrow.
Oh. Like heard a lot of my thoughts and stuff at this point.
Sure, but I mean, I want to watch it. I've been, I've kind of made a habit lately of just like. I've been pretty consistent on watching most or all of the DF Direct each week. Like, I just like start watching it at lunchtime, and then I just like I watch it on my phone. Then I just like put my phone in my pocket, and then whatever I go around doing, I just like keep listening to it. Did you ever read a comment from Lucas Perozovic? Like I see that there was Joshua Helmicki. Is that X23? Does that mean 23 consecutive months? Because if so, dang. Impressive. I just can't remember if there was a Lucas, because above that I see Lucas Peruzovic $2. I just don't remember if we read that.
No, that was a while ago. It looks like that was an hour ago. Saying just play the original.
Oh yeah, that's right. Wish fulfilled. Well, Aaron Monado says, today I learned level 5 to love Dragon Quest 8 and 9.
Yeah.
I like Dragon Quest 9 too, but I don't love it. It's lower on my Dragon Quest rankings. Let me look up level 5, see what they're doing these days.
Someone said they have still around 300 employees.
Yeah, that's what it says on Wikipedia. I mean, I was not aware of them like downscaling or anything. You know, they were like so huge when like Japan was all about Yokai Watch.
Yeah.
I played the demo for, whichever Yokai Watch game first came out here. You know, there was a demo on 3DS. Or maybe it was DS. I can't even remember. It must have been 3DS. I don't think you could download. Could you download demos on DS? I don't think so. But like it did not seem very fun to me.
Almost there.
Let's see what are they working on these days? Looks like there's been some Yokai Watch stuff in recent years. Megaton Musashi was their last one. It doesn't even have its own dedicated page on Wikipedia, though. Actually, that's coming out. Still coming out this year. That's Switch and PlayStation 4, November. And there's an Inazuma 11 game coming out in 2023. There's something called Ushiro for Switch, but yeah, maybe they might be a little scaled back these days. I wonder.
I see there's $6.99 Canadian from McGinty 2 saying, I played Soul Blazer before I played this, so it was kind of funny to discover how many sound effects and other assets were reused from this in Soul Blazer. It's really, really true. I mean, in a lot of ways,
what assets reused?
Like definitely like the explosions. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, the explosions are good. You know, why reinvent the wheel?
Yeah. We are very lucky for that they bequeathed us with such amazing explosions.
We slept on 13
I can't even tell you exactly what bequeath means. You know, so like is bequeath like giving something to somebody?
Yeah, bequeath, yeah.
Yeah.
We both have 13 Sentinels. You started it, but like we're kind of unsure if that's what you wanted to play at the time.
What?
So someone was saying we slept on 13 Sentinels, but we both have it.
Yeah.
I've not booted.
Okay, I can't go in the hole then.
Oh, you can go into.
Yeah, I could have done it. I guess. I'm just trying to level them. Yeah.
So 20 minutes.
And I didn't even. I could have done that faster.
Yeah, you did that in about 15. You did the.
And not only that, but you notice that I knew that this was going to be the case because I totally forgot. So Act 2 has different music than Act 1, and
Joe commented on that in the video too.
So does that mean like that music is completely not in the? Has it been remade?
I'm sure it's gotta be. Joe did comment that it uses the wrong music.
Do you have Soul Blazer?
I don't.
Should make that.
I wish I did, but I don't.
I like that he has like different animations, like when he.
I wonder how much the Japanese version is. But I do have Illusion of God.
I don't think that the American version is that expensive.
I think it was like $60 or $80 pre-pandemic.
Oh.
I think so. Let me look.
Oh, die.
There's a lot of repros. Like here's like some like not amazing copies that are like $150.
Oh, wow.
Quite a few bootlegs. Let me look up Super Famicom. Oh, it's Soul Blader in Japan?
Yeah.
I'm sure I knew that at some point and just forgot. Soul Blader. Yeah, it's like $20 or less. It's like $30 complete.
Oh, that's not too bad. Dead. Dead. Ooh, he got me. You got me, Odell.
Super Famicom. Not that I need it, but Illusion of Gaia complete is actually pretty expensive. Well,
It's expensive complete? Or it's not?
maybe.
I have that one complete, actually.
I mean the Japanese version.
Oh.
Well, I don't know. Maybe that one was an outlier. Not a ton of listings. Yeah, like Illusion of Gaia US version's like not expensive.
Look at that background.
Oh yeah. Got some depth. You're fighting Zeromus. So all told, you've been playing ActRaiser 1 for
Like 25 minutes.
25 minutes. And you got as far as you got in like what, 2.5 hours plus?
Yeah.
Like,
well, we don't have to have like the inane dialogue from Philotus.
It was probably closer to 3 hours, honestly. Oh, that is true. You did play the blood pool level. I forgot.
Blood pool. I hope that's not Chris's blood. You know what? You ask me, that background looks just as good in its own way. Like that water is just impressive. Is that parallax?
Oh, the water's more impressive. That is a good background, actually.
Yeah.
It has more of a blue color scheme versus the red one on the new one. How do we feel about buying repro cards if the authentic one's $100 plus? I mean, I don't have problems with people doing it. The only thing is it needs to be clear that it is not, you know, I don't have a problem with people selling them as long as they're not trying to fool anyone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you're trying to pass it off as real, then that is no good. But if you want to buy it yourself, that's fine. It's not what I'm interested in personally. Like to me, that's no different than playing it off of a flash card. Like I personally don't really get any enjoyment out of. Like I honestly, I mean, this is just me. Like I don't have that much interest in like reissues of stuff in general, like official ones. Like, you know, I love buying stuff from limited run games, but I've never bought any of the reproduction like NES cartridges or anything like that. It's actually pretty creepy like monster design.
Yeah, the Manticore.
Like its back legs feel like way too long, and that makes it feel kind of like humanoid and creepy.
Oh shoot! Whoops!
But yeah, I mean, I have no problem with people buying anything like that. It's just for me, like I like buying cartridges that were made by the original console manufacturer.
I'm gonna get a game over here.
So like, even though like, you know, Natsume or whoever, you know, is officially working with, you know, Limited Run or whoever else, like to make these reproduction cartridges, that doesn't interest me that much because they are not Nintendo cartridges. Like, okay, the game itself was correctly licensed and all. The cartridge itself was made through other means. That's kind of just, it's just not that interesting to me. On the flip side, when Limited Run or other companies have like an emulated version on a real Switch cartridge or a real PS4 disc. But that, even though, yeah, it's not original hardware anymore, but the fact that it is an official Nintendo Switch cartridge makes all the difference in the world in terms of like my personal like sense of ownership, I guess. Like you know, that's why I like. I saw some tweets about how they're adding like you know, like a manga, the same like manga art style intro that like River City Girls has. Like they're adding like that to River City Girls 0.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, that you know, to me that just, it makes me feel like I own a official product more so if it's, you know, if it is a real Nintendo Switch cartridge versus a not real Super Nintendo cartridge or NES cartridge. It's not that it's not real, but it's just not for me. You know, I bought the Columbus Circle Shabiban Man 0. Like, I initially put it on my shelf alongside my other Super Famicom games, but like the ridges on the cartridge are different from real Super Nintendo games. Like it has more ridges, I think. Like you could tell which one it was because it had a different number of ridges. And like that just kind of bothered me enough to where it's like I do not want this with my other Super Famicom games.
Mm-hmm.
Like I didn't feel like I mean, it's not that I didn't feel like I owned it, but it just like I'm just not interested in collecting that kind of thing, I guess. You know, but then like, you know, people like Audi, like that, like unofficial and like homebrew and unlicensed cartridges are like a thing that they actively collect. You know,
Yeah.
that's like a major source of their overall enjoyment of, you know, the hobby of gaming and collecting. And that is cool. Like that's really cool. Like to specialize, I think, in getting, you know, hacks and homebrews and unlicensed stuff. You know, that is really cool. Like if I had thought to get into collecting that kind of stuff like a long time ago, maybe I would really be into it too. like on virtually everything I have is like official. So like it just I don't feel like starting to collect that kind of stuff now, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's such, you know, if you specialize that though, I think that's really cool. Like I mean, Audie showed me some really neat homebrew games when we did that stream, you know, that were really cool. And I would buy them if they were emulated on and put on Nintendo Switch cartridge. That is what I would buy.
I'm just going here for just a minute, and then
No, I mean, so this is roughly as far as you played into. You've been playing like just over 30 minutes.
yeah.
Man,
Oh, it's Teddy.
it's better pacing. Oh, Teddy. This is why I was really curious. Like, is Teddy going to be like the hero of Bloodpool in the remake?
Probably. Get an offering by sending rain to the lake. I don't know if the blood pool. Yeah, I'm usually pretty lax on stuff, but
you went soft on Asha and Monster World.
I mean, Asha and Monster World is like significantly better than the ActRaiser remake. Like, it's not even close.
Oh yeah. I need to finish that still. I haven't played it since.
I mean, like the Alex Kidd Miracle World remake is a lot better than the ActRaiser remake.
Yeah.
And it's kind of crazy because you would never expect that to be the case.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, you know, Square does like making some cheap stuff sometimes.
Yeah, I have a feeling though that this is like gonna be the nail in the coffin for this. Like they had this chance to like kind of do something cool and get people excited about it. I mean, that's the thing that frustrates me the most is that you see the reaction of people when that got announced. Like people were excited about it, you know?
It made a huge splash. I mean, I feel like it was one of the things that people were talking about the most from the direct.
Yeah, well, yeah, because it was just such a surprise, and you know, like I wonder if Square's like, oh, you know, like we sold enough here, is like it was worth it. You know, like it was worth it, even though nobody is happy with it, or most people are not happy with it.
I bet like the total sales of the game are going to overall be significantly more because it was in that Nintendo Direct. I bet that made a big difference. Because there are just so many people who just, you know, like I said, as it is, I know several people who bought it immediately after the Direct before they even knew that it was available on other systems.
Yeah.
I really got to wonder, too, if the footage in the Direct was actually from the Switch version.
You had that feeling about the Project Triangle strategy.
Triangle strategy. I mean, I don't have the demo installed for that anymore. I don't think, anyway.
But you felt like that was like eventual Xbox One footage, based on like having played Octopath, right? Yeah.
Based on having played Octopath, the footage that they showed of Triangle Strategy is way cleaner and smoother in motion than the the Switch version of Octopath Traveler. Does Triangle look good on Switch? Like going back to the demo, like is Project Triangle like higher resolution and smoother running on Switch than Octopath?
I don't know.
I'm in the middle of Octopath Traveler right now. I'm like 20 hours into it. I've done like a couple of one or two chapter 2s. I don't know how many chapters each character has, or if there's like an extra chapter if you like do everyone's or do a certain number or something. I have no idea. I like it, but it's like I felt a need to play other games in the meantime because it's kind of slow in the sense that you got to really kind of self-motivate, I think, to sort of like determine like where you go and stuff. It's very much not a, kind of, I mean, you make your own path in it. That's what it's all about. And I love the idea behind it. And for the most part, I really like it. But it's, it's not like a game where like you're really going to be driven forward by the plot and where we're going to go next and that kind of thing. It's really cool, but it's kind of got the motivation behind it is a little different. It's unique. I mean I like it.
Let's see here. Can I give them an offering? People can now build a bridge.
Not connecting to stores and Octopath was a huge mistake. See, I think that's actually kind of what's unique. I mean, I don't know if when you're saying, not having a central narrative was a letdown. I think that's actually kind of cool because, like, I don't know if there's going to be like right now. It doesn't seem like it's ever going to evolve into like a save the world kind of thing. That's unique. I respect that. If that's what it is. Yeah, Aaron Monado says you have to role play in Octopath. I mean, it's very much, a make your own way in the world, kind of very old school, almost Western RPG kind of concepts in it, I think. Especially with like, you could buy stuff off of NPCs or you could steal stuff off of NPCs, stuff like that. Like it's interesting. It's a very different kind of game in a lot of ways. But, but you do have a point. Like, it doesn't have a central narrative. That does, I think, it makes the game feel slower and less. There's less of a driving force behind it. So you have to be your own driving force, really. Which. Some days you have it in you and some days you don't, so you gotta play something else. But I like it. I like it. It's, but it's slow going, getting through it sometimes.
Oh, there's Teddy. How do I give him bread? Oh, there it is. Wheat. There it is. There's a loaf of bread.
Yeah, it's very much like if a Western RPG played like a JRPG. Is very much kind of how I think of
it. Teddy comes home because of the loaf of bread reminded him of home. It caused him to. He didn't mean to run away. He was trying to discover how the lake was poisoned. I just thought of our son as a small child. I was surprised to see him act as a grown man. We present you with this skull that we found in the cave. Please accept it. Give me that skull, that magic skull.
Yeah, the characters not interacting in Octopath is definitely a little weird. I was aware of that before going into it, but it really is weird. Like, I started off as Tressa the Merchant, which I don't know if I would have done if I knew that, like, you were kind of locked into the first person as the main character. Although I kind of wish I did the Scholar as my main character, but I think Tressa would have been my second choice now that I have all the party members. I think Tressa would have been my second choice anyway. But I do wish the Scholar was my main character. But like, as soon as like her chapter 1 story is over, or maybe even before then, like you go into like her house / family store, and Dr. Father is like, we've got everything you need for an adventure, blah 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 blah. Like, zero acknowledgement that she's their daughter or anything. But then when you're like doing like a chapter, like you can do like the party chat things occasionally, which I guess those feel like they were kind of tacked on later on or something. But I would give it a free pass for that. On the fact that it's like, everything is very flexible in terms of like how you approach the story and what kind of party you have. Like, it would be a lot to juggle to have these characters be present in these cutscenes. But then you look at like Trials of Mana, like the original Super Famicom version. Like, here's a game that has 6 characters that you can choose from, and any combination of them could be your party.
Yeah.
For the whole game. And they have dialogue. They talk to each other. Like, and it works. It works actually really well. Despite the fact that, the dub and the remake is terrible, but it's very much based on what they did with the with how it works in the Super Famicom version. And then they, even though the dub is not great, like the fact that all of those those dialogue possibilities were I mean, I'm sure there was some like canned stuff that, they say basically the same thing no matter who's in the party, but it still feels like real conversations that these 3 characters that could have been any 3 other characters are having. And then there are certain things, like certain characters, their stories are more tied into each other. Like there's like 3 sort of main villains or villain groups in Trials of Mana, and like they are like kind of the main villain for 2 of the possible, party members. And I think those characters sometimes have unique dialogue. So, I mean, they did that back on Super Famicom. So, like, I do feel it is disappointing that Octopath doesn't have that. But I respect what Octopath is going for overall. It's a neat game. Oh yeah, Master Cypher. I actually just got that. I think that was the last chapter that I finished. I'm in the middle of Ulberic's chapter 2 right now. So can anyone tell me like what like I don't want any spoilers or none, but like how many chapters does each character have? And like, is that it? Like, do I get credits at the end of any given character's chapter 4 or chapter 5 or however many there are? Or do I like need to do like my main characters, or do I need to do everyone? Like, I'm kind of planning to not do everyone's complete story, because like it feels like the kind of game that like you should just do what you're interested in. Do the stories you're interested in, the characters you like, and and be done with it. Like if you just go and do everything, then it feels like you're kind of just arbitrarily doing it to do it. Whereas I feel like the spirit of the game is, to just make the story easy. Four for all 8. Each character has 4 chapters. There is a final boss. To get credits, 1 character is enough. So, like, does the final boss appear, like, is it the same final boss for everyone, or? You have 4 chapters for each character, and then there's a post-game dungeon that actually kind of does connect. Okay. Oh, wait, do I have to do 4 chapters for every character, or just some characters?
I've almost beat this. Now I have quite a bit left to go, but I'm not gonna sit here. I'm not gonna play through it tonight. Although, like, if I didn't have anything else to do, I could see myself just, like, playing through the entire game in one day if I wanted to.
All 4 for everyone to get that. Well, they'll probably start to get really easy to do, like, once I, like, finish, like, someone's path 4, like, I'm probably gonna be so over leveled for everything that it probably won't take long to do all the other chapters. Credits 1 character, extra boss all characters. I see. Okay, well, we'll see what I'm feeling like when I start to get to the end of some of the storylines. I mean, like, because right now I'm in the town where I'm doing Ulbricht's Chapter 2, and I think it's the same town as Tress's Level 3, and I think by the time I finish Ulbricht's story, I might be of a high enough level to do Tress's Level 3. So I might just go ahead and move along with that.
There's $2 from Ben Brody. Thank you. Saying $2, but you have to hum the Splash Wave from Outrun. You have to hum Splash Wave.
I would do it, but I feel like I always get Splash Wave in some other.
Nope. Sorry.
What if you read the donation to the tune of Splash Wave? $2, but you have to hum Splash Wave from Outrun. That was probably not it at all.
I'm just gonna keep going here and see if I can at least beat Bloodpool. And the enemies dying in this is so much more satisfying. It's like it's nonsensical, really, in the remake, the way that they die.
Yeah. Someone commented they look like enemies fading away, like, in an RPG when they die like a Super Nintendo RPG or something. Which I always like, but that's all. It's always like quicker, and it's always like there's always like a satisfying sound effect to it too, or especially you got the Final Fantasy VI style of
the what? You're not making any noise.
Huh?
Were you making sound effects right there?
I was. Did Discord like
Yeah,
cut it out because it thought it was like white noise or something?
maybe.
That's funny. Well, Ben Brody gave $2, but you have to say it like Joe Redifer. I don't know if I'm actually saying it like Joe Redifer says his things, but I'm kind of just motioning like he does in his between video segments. And well, anyway, let's get on to the next game.
Let's get on to the next donation. Ooh, that wizard.
Say like Joe Redifer being green dog.
Still can't believe he did not have a part in the AVGN video. I think that's crap. Oh, that's right. Does his health get refilled? No.
Monado says, I can't tell who this boss is because the game didn't tell me 3 times.
This is the werewolf. The wizard wolf.
Ben Brody said with $2
$2.
Fact, the best kind of soda is root beer. It's up there, but have you ever had Cheerwine? Cheerwine is the best soda, and that is a hard fact that cannot be disputed. It's a southern soda, so you may have never had it, but it is the best soda.
What's the thing that I can use to calm them down?
The new version, the remake does not have a Spanish translation. That's a little surprising. I mean, to be honest, I guess I don't really know like how common it is for them to be translated or not translated in Spanish, but it just seems sort of surprising to me that it wouldn't be. Because like, I mean, I know like games like Final Fantasy 14 like have, voice casts for many different languages.
What is the magical stardust? Oh, do I have to go to... Yeah, I gotta go to another place. Yeah, Cassandora. Look at that, like I'm already on the 3rd area. Just like that. I think that, like, whatever. Less than an hour, I'm on the 3rd area.
Yeah, just under an hour.
This reuses some music, though. From Bloodpool. Alright. And not only that, but, like, how awesome is it that it says pause with an exclamation mark?
That is pretty awesome. Cheerwine is a cherry flavored soda, but it's way better than any other cherry flavored soda.
All right.
Rex says my relationship with root beer forever changed when I realized its licorice flavor. I disagree strongly with that. Does not taste like eating licorice candy, which I hate. Like it to me, I've always thought of root beer as tasting like gum.
Oh, interesting. I never thought of it tasting like licorice either. Well, I think that's going to do it. That's going to do it for this week.
we
was a very different.
We had to squeeze in some ActRaiser ones. So.
Yeah. You
were planning to finish up and render the video right after the stream.
Yeah, that's the plan. I'd like to do that.
Well, put it where I'll be able to watch it when I wake up tomorrow.
I will. All right. Thanks to everybody who donated today, and everyone who stuck it out to the end. Even though I think it was a very different kind of stream, because I never really have a negative reaction like that. I guess makes me I feel kind of bad.
You had to wash the taste out of your mouth with a little Super Nintendo.
Exactly. All right, everybody. Look for an episode tomorrow, and I hope everyone has a great week. We'll see everyone soon. Good night.
Later.